Welcome to the Microsoft Azure DevOps Engineer Expert AZ400 full course by Simplilearn. You'll be wondering why learn Microsoft Azure DevOps Engineer course. The reason is modern organizations are rapidly adopting cloud platforms and automation to deliver applications faster, secure, and more reliable. Microsoft Azure continues to experience strong growth with Microsoft Intelligent Cloud revenue and also includes Azure growing up by 24.3% in Q1 2026. Also, it is highlighting the increasing demand for cloud technologies and skilled professionals. DevOps engineers are becoming essential for organizations looking to automate software delivery, manage cloud infrastructure, and improve application reliability. With the AZ400 course, you can build expertise in designing and implementing CI/CD pipelines, managing source control using Git and GitHub, and implementing security and compliance practices. So guys, if you want to learn more about it, then watch this video till the end. Now here is a short quiz to test your knowledge. Which Azure DevOps service is mainly used to automate application builds, testing, and deployment? And your options are Azure Board, Azure Pipelines, Azure Repos, or Azure Monitor. Please mention your answer in the comment section below. Now before we start our session, just a quick info guys. If you want to become a Microsoft certified Azure DevOps engineer, then you should check out Simplilearn's Microsoft Azure DevOps Engineer Expert AZ400 certification. In this course, you're going to learn from Microsoft certified trainers, you are going to get access to official Microsoft courseware, and you're going to practice with integrated Azure labs, working on real-world projects, preparing for the AZ400 certification exam with comprehensive training support. So guys, hurry up now and join the course. The course link is mentioned in the description box.
The first thing come in our mind that I am talking about technology. I am talking about tools. This is half truth. So when we say DevOps, it means that I am talking about culture. I am talking about process. And I also talk about tools. So tools comes last, process and the culture came first. So objective of a DevOps professional, you can think it like you are a change agent who help organization to adopt agile process, clear out the path to achieve objective. For an example, if I want to cut short my deployment time by, let's say, 30% or a 40%, it's a very clear objective. Same application, when we use to develop and deploy, it might take a month. I can shorten that timeline probably by 3 weeks. You are the person who is going to help organization to set that process. So it's more like a transformation rather than just use a tool to perform an automation. Automation will fail if there is no right process, if there is no right culture. So it means that once you became or call yourself as Azure DevOps, you also say that you are the person who can redefine the way our organization is developing application, testing the application, and deploying the application. So it's a big task. It's a big, you can say, kind of a skill anyone have. I can use to work on tool that is a technical part. But do I understand the tool? Now I am going to ask you these 3 fundamental questions like we always used to do in every module. Number one, what is DevOps? Number two, why DevOps? And number three, why DevOps? Boom, now. So let me ask a first question to all of you. In your understanding, what is DevOps? Any one of you? Just put in a chat, and if you want, you can come on mic. Development operation for continuous integration. Nagesh, perfect, very good. Ispita, development team and operation. Big task. Anything else? Rajkumar? Lalit, Ramadevi? All right, no worry. So let's understand that. There is a two world. World is development creation. Okay, good, no worry. One is a developer. And second is operation. Hear it very carefully because this is the essence of DevOps. So I'm just putting a name here. Let's say maybe Spita is a developer. And I just take one name. I can say Nagesh is an administrator. Nagesh control Azure cloud. Spita is developer. Spita use her development knowledge. Let's say Spita is a Java developer. Spita develop a wonderful program. And then this program need to deploy on a server, on an app, on a container. But Spita have no control on Azure because Azure is managed by Nagesh. So what is the process happen now? Then Spita raise a request via ticket, via other system to create infra where app need to deploy. Now Nagesh is a very busy person. Nagesh received this request and said that, okay, Arpita, I'm very busy. I will do it on Saturday. What Saturday? I have to deploy now. No, Arpita, I have a lot of things. I have to do this task, this task, this task. I'm not free. Smita can't do anything. Smita missed the timeline. Why Smita missed the timeline? Because Nagesh not provided the infrastructure in the cloud in time. Escalation happened, blame game start. Finally, Nagesh get an order from his manager. Nagesh, take it on priority. Nagesh say, all right, Smita. Then Nagesh create server or maybe an app or maybe a Kubernetes cluster, whatever is requirement of Smita. So the problem is now these services provided or created by Nagesh see it from infra point of view. Nagesh have no idea that it's not about a VM. It's about configuration of the VM, which probably requested by Smita. He said that you ask me create a VM, I give a VM. No, Nagesh. Inside a VM, you have to enable 3 services. You have to enable RPC, you have to enable HTTPS, you have to enable XYZ. Nagesh is not a developer. Nagesh tried to configure these services and he misconfigured. When Arpita tried to deploy the service or application on the target, it failed. It failed badly because there are some prerequisites which is not met in that service. And Nagesh being an infra guy, Nagesh do not understand what exactly this Arpita is asking every time. Yaar, go there and click there. I'm not a developer. So it means that developer and operation is totally not in sync. They are two different worlds. So how DevOps process now come into the picture? So then in this organization, you come into the picture. Who you are. You are Azure DevOps professional. You know that in the organization, this can be a biggest challenge. Then you set a process. Now here your job start. You set a process. And you say that, all right, Mr. Nagesh, Arpita need certain services which is controlled by you. What do you do now? Give Arpita access of your cloud, and in that access only enable what Arpita can do, cannot do. For Arpita, for example, Arpita can create a VM with only 8 GB of RAM. And then Arpita say, okay, you give me this control access. You can give a control access via key, via any other authentication method. And then Arpita use this key and along with the Java, she also create infrastructure as a code, which can be a JSON file, which can be an YAML file. So along with the traditional programming language, Smita may use JSON or YAML. And what this JSON and YAML do? Smita, by sitting at her desk, she run one command, and this command execute this JSON script, and it will now go and create that target infrastructure with all prerequisite which Smita want to know. And then Nagesh's responsibility is only limited to ensure the VM is always running. Once the provisioning done, it should not attack or hack, but provisioning the infrastructure along with the code is now the responsibility is merged. So she is dev doing some part of ops. She is dev doing some part of ops. What it happened now? Now the unnecessary delay which is happening from developer to the administrator, that is has been cut short. No bureaucracy in the between. No very long approval discussion chain. No wasting time in hurdle meetings. Smita need infrastructure. Infrastructure is there. Nagesh still have a control. What she can do, what she cannot do. Nagesh still have a control that he has to ensure that service is always available in his cloud, is not compromised, and so on. So I just looking at one very, you can say basic example. Do you feel that in this way your development to deployment can be faster instead of going through the chain like this? Yes or no?
Yeah, sorry. So here the DevOps guy comes, right? So he can
He's a
maintain
DevOps.
the so
So
DevOps guy is maintaining.
he is not doing any tool. He is only setting a process.
Correct, correct. So that
Correct?
is what I have about to say.
That is important one, right? Because until there is no
Mhm.
process, it will be a problem. Tool can be anything, correct?
Correct, correct,
Correct.
correct.
So this is the very important responsibility, Rajkumar. It means that we have to understand where in our current process is a problem, and then you have to suggest the way out to resolve that problem, so that your development fast, your deployment fast, bureaucracy cut in between. I hope that right now you are probably have a long up email chain also, right? A lot of
Correct,
approval chains. Yeah, so that
correct.
bureaucracy have to be gone if you want to speed up. Otherwise, it will be a problem. Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, now I give you three generations that how exactly you can say development to deployment happen in the older days. And make a note, because this is going to be a very important part. Now I'm talking about a traditional development environment. Company who do not use DevOps, what they do. So the first flow start with the a source code development. To develop a source code, you have 100 of languages. For example, you can use Java, you can use Python, you can use .NET, you can use React. So as a developer, how we do that? We first develop our source code, then possibly we can also run our unit test here. Function by function we test it. So you can say that source code plus unit test happen at development level. Then developer, once the whole program develop, unit test clear, they share this code with you can say your testing team. Now testing team use various type of testing tool. For example, a popular testing tool, if you know, it's a JUnit. It can be XUnit. It can be Selenium. It can be MS Build. MS Test. I mean to say there are multiple tools available where the testing team do the testing. And then once the test finish, that artifact now send to a deployment team. Deployment team may use a deployment tools. For example, one of the very popular tool is called BMC Serena. So using this tool, your artifact, which can be a zip file, jar file, or war file, go and push to your target environment. And target environment in the old time is only one thing, is server. It can be your Dell server, it can be your HP server, and this is how the process happens. Now you are a DevOps person now. So you may ask a question. Once as a developer we update our code, where that update code gone? Where it's safe? Or do you overwrite the existing code? In a traditional development environment, it is a overwrite. It means that whatever changes we make, it will be overwrite. And we do not have a traces of what we done in a previous time. So how you now approach this whole approach? You make a very small, you can say, introduction of the first DevOps tool. Same environment. And now you are moving your organization to the DevOps stage 1. And what do you do in a DevOps stage? You simply say that once developer finish their code with unit test, the code will now go to some kind of a central repository. So now you are first time introducing a source code management service, which can be a GitHub, a GitLab, a Subversion. Why we should go with this approach? Because if you introduce a full DevOps flow in one go, 90% chances it will fail. People will not adopt it correctly. So start with the first, say DevOps 1, we are going to introduce SCM tool. Let the people to now adopt this practice. And when this practice adopted, that every source code now go and sit in the SCM where you maintain the version of the code. Then you introduce probably a second tool. And what is second tool? You say that now I am going to introduce a build tool, because build means it is going to create something called package, test your code is bug free and so on. And there are many build tool available. For example, we can use a build tool like Jenkins, if you heard of, like MS Build, like Maven, like a NuGet. Now these are the few popular name. People use it for build process. Now once the build created, it go to test, and then test will take to the deployment. This is we called DevOps stage 1. Once people are now accommodated themselves with these process, we are now going to move to a DevOps stage 2. And what we do in a DevOps stage 2? We now going to introduce one more tool after the test, and we call it as a release tool. So it means that now we want to control which version to release, so that if something goes wrong in the deployment, you have a rollback option to roll back to your previous releases. And to do a release, again, there are a lot of tools available. For an example, we have an option to use Ansible here. We can use Chef, Puppet, and so on. So it means that if you work on traditional DevOps practices, you might see this type of process. And many company, once they mature, they automate process from build, test to deploy, all three, by creating something called a deployment pipeline. And the tool which support this deployment pipeline, very popularly known as Jenkins, and very popularly you can say known as Circle CI. And so on. But once you see your organization is move and adopt the whole end-to-end automation process, now you probably decide to take your company to the next stage. and it is the final journey of the whole transformation exercise. We call it as in DevOps stage 3, which is a current stage. And in this current stage, we have everything same. What we are replacing now? I say that instead of using public Git repository, we can now have same Git, same command, same functionality, but it is very, very restricted to my company only. Means other can't access it. And this is called Azure Repo. Same Git. So while using it, you hardly notice any difference. But now it is very, very restricted to your company only. Other cannot see that, other cannot access it. No problem. While your MS build, Maven, as a build process, as a build behind tool is same, you just use automation tool, change the automation tool. So there is no Jenkins. Use same configuration, which is your build tools remain same because that need to be installed in your environment. But what we are going to use now? We are going to use now a build pipeline. No installation. Not like Jenkins, you have to install it on a server, then you have to do configuration. Pure SaaS platform. Just click, ready to use. For a test, you can use your test. You use same backend JUnit, XUnit, Selenium, and MS Test. But to write your test cases, to collect the report of your test cases, you can use Azure Test. To release and create a release artifact, instead of an Ansible and a Chef, we're now going to use same pipeline, but it is now instead of a build, we are going to use release pipeline. Now your deployment, we do not need BMC Serena. You can simply use your release process and the release artifact which is created by the release can be either automate, or you can just have a single click button. It will whole application going to deploy. In fact, if you want, you can also create an infrastructure in the target environment. Now all this tool which you see from here to the deployment, none of the tool we have to install is come with the pre-configured environment, and service which provide all these tools We call it as an Azure DevOps tool. You are going to explore it, as I said, in a class number 6, 7, and 8. But at this point of time, this tool actually create a magic, and it will take lot of task, lot of task of the administrator. Yes, lot of task of the administrator, which need to create a server, then install Jenkins or Ansible or this or that. Finish. Gone. Single click, done. Just like we do in Azure. And what we get additional advantage now in a cloud. This traditional server gone. And instead of a traditional server, your target environment can include a wide variety of services. It can be a VM. It can be an app service. It can be an Kubernetes cluster, or you can say any of the container service. And many more. Many more. So I mean to say, if you look at the way everything is transformed, you can say from a traditional environment to, if organization decide to move to DevOps stage 3, which is a pure cloud based, you can say, automation tool. Everything is clear? Any question? Bukola, Dominder, Nagesh, Ispita, Grogri, Lalit. Git action can do or run a build, but yes. Nagesh, all good? Same. Oliver, same. So for scripting option also, you create your YAML script, send to the SCM. Either you can use the build, test is not required for scripting, or you can directly release. Exactly same process. It can be your Terraform script. It can be your Ansible script. It can be your Azure ARM script or Bicep script. In Azure, okay. So Grogri, remember the GitHub action, which we are going to see today again. It lack multiple things. For example, approval. Number 2, reporting. Number 3, it doesn't create the process which I am showing you right now. For example, you have a build, then you have a test, then you have a release. And GitHub also not give you an option to use your own infrastructure. Means, let's say you decide to use virtual server which loaded with the tool. This is not possible. You have to use only GitHub action. So in the short, no reporting. You cannot create a multi-stage deployment. Lot of security control. For example, if you want to introduce authorization, if you want to probably sanitize the target before deployment, that it is matching your standard organization compliances. Now, this checks and balances not there. Yes, Bukola. Now you are getting that. Yeah. Yes. So all this process end to end is done by the DevOps team. So actually now, if you look at that, developer task, build engineer task, tester task, release task, deployment engineer task, everything is now consolidated. You have a single tool. Make sense? You have a single tool. Instead of going through all this process. And later on, we will explore more. It also have a project management tool where you can manage the overall project visibility through Kanban board. Why it is booming across industry? Everyone is now saying that in my company we are going to use DevOps. We are going to use DevOps. Any idea what is a main triggering point? If you can just guess off, for example, what has changed? You can say in last couple of years. Cloud, Visual Cloud is booming. Yes, this is Nagesh. Of course, yes. Entire project. Yes, yes. Automation and less build time. Exactly. Automation, Arati. Exactly. But I still have a question. Same question. Okay. Just give me 1 second. Just 1 second. Agile work culture. Ispita. Yes, very good. Very good. But I have a question still there, right? DevOps is not a new service, right? It's not a new process. DevOps exists for almost like 18, 20 years now. So why the benefit of DevOps not realized by industry, I can say 5 to 7 years back, and why every industry is now coming back and saying that I am going to use DevOps. DevOps was there for a very long time. Yes or no? For example, Jenkins tool available from last 15 years. I give you a scenario. Yes, Nagesh. So you can I give you a scenario. I think that everywhere, when you take, let's say India or any other country, yeah, Bukola, yeah, exactly. So let me ask one question. For example, if we have to order food, if we want to eat something, what we do? Should we go to restaurant and should we order from online? If we want to have a dinner, should we go to restaurant or order using app? What you do now? Any one of you, can you answer this question? Mhm. Order using app, right? Vijula, Bukola, yeah. I'm giving an example now. Let's say this is your food aggregator platform. You can take any name in your country which provide a similar service. Is a food aggregator app. It can be Uber. It can be Netflix. It can be your favorite bank. It can be anything. Now, this app is developed by your developer. Perfect. And look at the whole process. What happened now? So you actually, it's an aggregator app. Now you have vendors, restaurant. So let's say one of the vendor or one of the restaurant is sending an update. All right, I have now new pizza available for all of you. So it means that in this app, this update must be reflected. Then only people can see that. Another vendor, they now announce 1 for 1 free. If you order one pizza, I will deliver another pizza. One plus one, you can say 1 plus 1 free. It must be so in your app, then only user can avail. And let's say you have a third vendor, vendor number 3. They say that, sorry, and a specific food item is not available. Let's say hot dog not available. And this aggregator app is not talking about one vendor. There are 1,000 vendors. Each vendor is continuously sending an update. And you have a very small development team. What your development team do there? Look at the development team point of view. So development team quickly update the code. Each update, they will update the code. Then it goes to a build, code get build. Then code get deploy. And where it deploy? First, it might be deploy to a test environment. Once this is passed, then it will go to your probably QA environment, just to ensure everything in the app work. Lot of people internally check this application. Even vendor participate, they check, yes, it is visual. Then it will finally go to your production app. If you have to handle 1,000 app 1,000 updates every day, 1,000 updates, how big your team look like? How many developer you need? How many build engineer you need? How many tester you need? How many deployment person you need in a company? You have to handle 1,000 update every day. Anyone? How many build team we need? How many deployment team we need? How many tester we need? Probably we need 200-300 people. Yes or no? Because one develop the code, one run the build, one deploy in a test environment, one is checking everything. And it's not about one, it's about 1,000 update coming continuously. Correct? Check their team, you hardly find it's more than, like you have a 10 people, 20 people. So maybe I can say that it is only have a 10 people team. Out of 10 people, maybe 5 is developer, rest are the ops team. Correct? So how this is possible? Because to run a build command, you have to run a build, you have to wait. To do a testing, you again have to run a test. You have to wait. And I'm talking about lot of updates keep coming now. Whole site work. Just give 1 second. I think. I use DevOps. Once developer update the code, build, deploy, test, everything is automated. Everything done by machine. Everything is done by machine. Everything is done by tool. Only developer have to work. That's it. Make sense now? Why DevOps suddenly you get pop-up now? It's because our world has changed as an app driven world. Everything is app based. Bank is app based, government is app based. You want to buy a car, app based, go to bank, app based, watch a film, app based. Yes or no? So that is the one of the reason why you suddenly, because app is now became a de facto. And this app need to be constant update. And to make a constant update, we need a huge team member that is going to be a added cost. So that is how the tool going to make everything faster. Now you clearly understand why we use DevOps now, why DevOps boom now, because we as a customer, we as a consumer, we change our behavior. We do not like to go outside. We want to order everything through app, and that app need a constant update. Make sense? Smita, Bukolo, Bijulal, Domindor, yeah. So this is very, very important one. Now we understand as of now what is DevOps. We also understand why DevOps boom now. Now let's go to the next stage. So for an example, when we say I want to introduce DevOps in my company, if I want to use DevOps and you are the change agent, what will you do? So the very, very first thing you have to take care about overhauling the whole process. And where will you introduce this DevOps? Please look at your project. Now your project can be an existing project, which I mean the project which is already running. In Microsoft world, we called such project as a brownfield project. Be careful when you try to introduce DevOps process in running project, because it creates lot of challenges and issues. Microsoft suggests, if you are first time introducing DevOps in your organization, use rollout DevOps tool with new project. We called such project as greenfield project. So Microsoft recommend, if you want to use your DevOps first time, please use it for greenfield. Introducing DevOps tool in between running project, it can be create a chaos. It might create issues because your old project may have a lot of technical burdens, issues. Even if you want to introduce in the running project, do not introduce the whole step in one single go. Go step by step. Start introducing source code, GitHub, then introduce build gradually. So now I'm going to give you an example of an existing project, and then we see that how we are going to use DevOps stage 1 to do this whole project end to end. This is my current running project. In a current running project, I have a developer, This developer, let's say it's a .NET developer. So it use a .NET code, it develop a .NET code with help of an IDE like a Visual Studio. And then from this, they deploy this whole code to Microsoft Azure. Let's say they deploy it on Azure App Service. This is current scenario. Developer directly from their local machine, they push this code to app service. And you are now a DevOps person. How you are going to now, just by introducing one single tool and changing the process, you are now alter the whole, you can say, dynamics. Number one, what the first issues you are able to identify here in this process, from a development to target environment, what are process you identify or issues you identify? Bijulal, Bukola, Ispita, Domindor, Nagesh, Lalit, what is the current problem in this process? Rajkumar, Arati. I'm asking that this is current process. You are a DevOps person. Identify issues in current development to deployment. Because first of all, you have to identify the issues. And once the issue identify, then only you can suggest your suggestions, right? Limitation of the dev managing Azure service, more time required. Lalit, code is not tested, Nagesh. Yes, very good. Directly deploying the code. Exactly. That is our. I'm just giving you an example, okay? And just let's see if you can able to what is example. So just opening one of my code where we want to deploy my service to this is my code. I'm just launching my development environment. So I'm saying code space dot, and now my VS code is up and running. I have developed this wonderful code with me. And if I want to deploy on Microsoft Azure, let's say an app service, I can go to the extension of the VS code and I simply install SDK of an app service. And once that SDK installed, I can go and connect Microsoft Azure. Mekala, exactly now. You know what is the problem? Excuse me. The problem is if I make, let's say, if I make a change in this code, I'm just making a change. And I deploy. So after making a change, I can simply make it go and deploy this code to the target. My audio is breaking. Just confirm if my audio is breaking quickly. Okay. Okay. Perfect. Okay. 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 All right. So I'm saying that I just make a change here and I deploy my code. Next time I make another change. This is demo. Again, save and deploy it. Now, can I recover my old code? Because it is overwritten now. Yes or no? Can I recover the old code? No. Because I have already overwritten it. Now, let's say for an example, I want that some portion of the code you should now develop. Some part of the code, you are a different developer and you now want to make contribute in this code. How I can share my code to you? It is in my local laptop. Can I share the code with you? Yes or no? No. So actually, if you look at that, you have no, exactly. You have but two bigger issues in this whole process. Number one, there is no code version, we can say changes managed. It's a simply overwrite. This is simple, Olivia. This is a VS code or any ID, you get extension. In that extension, you can see if you want to deploy it in Azure App Service, Azure Functions, or any other Azure services. You have to simply click it and you get an install option. So when you install extension, it can be Azure, it can be AWS also. You will get the icon of Azure here. You see that? And when you have an icon, you get a sign in button. Just look at that. This is how you can see all your services now once you authenticate. Is that clear, Oliver? Extension, install extension, and then you should able to see the icon like Azure, AWS. Click that icon, you get a sign in option, click sign in, and you are connected. Yeah, perfect. So look at the problem here. In these issues, there is no code version maintenance. So you cannot record the changes. Second, one developer cannot share code with other as application code in their local laptop or local machine, you can say. Okay? The third issues which we identify, it directly deploy to production app service. So if anything goes wrong, Everyone impacted. Okay. I will just share. Okay, later on. But at this point of time, it is, you know, these are the three big issues. Everyone agree? It is the three issues. Issue number one, issue number two, issue number three. Yes or no? Now, what will you do if you want to introduce DevOps in this process? The first tool, SCM, Dominor, version control. Very good. So now I am going to introduce one process in the whole setup. I said that, okay, here developer, you develop your code. You are wonderful people. So develop your code. And after develop your code, remember tomorrow we are going to see a full GitHub in a more detail, but at this point of time, developer, once they develop the code, put this code in GitHub. So in a GitHub, they have something called repository. You can think it like a folder. Usually we called this repository as a main or master repository. So your code now from local machine will go and sit into GitHub, which is a cloud tool, cloud repository tool. And in a specific technical word, we say developer checked in code to SCM. This is how we use our more terminology. This is how the developer do, and the code is now available on GitHub. And then we have a target environment, right? This is target environment, which is in Azure App Service. Since you already done AJ104 and many of you are 204 also, I hope that you understand this is a service which is platform as a service. So when we talk about this service, it basically provide you a different environment. So now I am going to say that this app service is actually have a dev environment, development environment. And when we say it is a dev environment, it basically also give me one URL which like a dev dot simplylearn.com for an example. Now this dev URL accessed by only 10-15 people, and they mostly belong to a IT or development team. It is not known to the outsider world. I'm just saying that only 10 user know this environment. Only 10 user. Then we create another environment just like this. Let's say we call it as a QA environment. And last one is a prod environment. So now everyone have a different URL. For example, the second environment will have an environment called QA. Third have an environment called simplylearn.com. No dev, no prod, because it's a final one. Dev environment is known to only 10 user, 15 user within a company, and mostly the developer or IT people. QA environment is available to a large set of people, let's say 200 user, which include your IT people, non-IT people, or maybe some sample user who probably test your application. So because you now expand your user base, you get better feedback how your application look like. And your public URL is known to the whole world, millions of users. So now from GitHub, we have to integrate our dev environment. The process of integrating my GitHub to the dev environment, we can use CI/CD process, or we can use push base, you can say, changes. So in our case, we are going to use push base, means whenever the code get update, sorry, it's a pull base changes. So whenever the code update happen at a GitHub, we have to pull this code, updated code, in my dev environment. Let the 10 user access this URL and they can test everything now. And then from the dev environment, we can swap the whole code. Swap means it will do simply cut and paste. Swap the whole code from dev to the QA. And now from QA, we are going to do a further swapping to the prod environment. Does it make difference between this traditional? So now you have a code version. Every code, when you change, you have a version. Because it is in a GitHub, so you can share this code with any other developer. And instead of putting it into the production application service, I am now have a staged environment: dev, QA, and prod. So 3 problem we identify. Just confirm, are we able to solve these 3 problem? Yeah. And you have an option to click create. You see a Babe app. When you click create, you see a Babe app. Babe app, the first option. Please click Babe app, every one of you. And in the resource group, look at the screen, you should able to see ODL. Select the ODL.
So I don't have audio. This is a personal
Yeah.
account, but
Yes,
but
perfect.
yeah.
Yeah. So in the resource group drop down, you select ODL. In the name,
Okay.
type your name in a small letter. Yeah, Oliver, very good. Type your name in a small letter and then type app. And if the app, and below you should see a checkbox which says secure unique default host name. Uncheck it. And just confirm if your name is accepted. If not, you can use some number. Like in Gregory case, it's a Taylor app 0709 something. Then in the runtime stack drop down and select ASP.NET version 4.8. ASP.NET version 4.8. In the region, always select West US 2.
I'm gonna select US because I'm in the US side.
Uh,
'Cause remember we tried this before and it wasn't using West US for some reason. So I do the one that I know works.
yeah, okay. Everyone use West US. Okay, West US. And in Windows plan, I think you already have. Just click create new. Just type demo. And remember to delete demo, okay? Later on. Okay. And just confirm in the pricing plan, if you drop it down, you see lot of plan like a free, basic, premium. Everyone, just can you confirm you are able to see lot of plan? Free, basic, premium. Yes. So just below the plan, there is a explore pricing plan. Just below the plan, there is an option called explore pricing plan. Click it. You should be in the same screen. You should be in the same screen. Scroll down till last. And you should able to see under legacy a standard S1. Please select the standard S1. Confirm if you select a standard S1, all of you. Rati, Rajkumar, Ispita, Bukola, Oliver, Lalit, Domindor. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Click select now. And hit review and create.
Why did we pick standard S1?
Because we want to create 3 stages, right? Dev,
Okay.
test, and unit. Yeah. Click create.
Yeah, there's a lot of.
Just confirm once your deployment complete in the chat box. Oliver? Okay, very good. Hope there is no error for anyone. Dominder, congrats. Oh, Oliver. Okay. Complete Bukola. Quota. Okay, Oliver, you please change another region. If you select West US 2, select West US, probably West Europe. Again, relaunch it. Again, create again. Or can you stop for a minute, Gorgri? Let me go to Oliver. I think that he is
Okay.
first. Okay. and then I come back to you.
All right,
Oliver, can
perfect.
you share your screen one more time? Oliver, share your screen more time. Bukola complete, Domindor complete. I hope for Nagesh also it is complete. Arati, Oliver, please share your screen. Smita, very good. Arati in progress? Okay, good. No worry. Oliver, are you sharing screen? Nagesh, congrats, buddy. I redo? Okay. If you remember, it's good. Let me go to Grogri in the meantime. Yeah, Grogri. I think Oliver say he will do by themselves. I think I'm able to see Oliver screen. Yes, Oliver. Okay. Create. Beba. Very good.
You want me to share or
Just hold on for a minute. Yeah, just type some
okay,
name.
I'll stop sharing it.
Okay, and then you uncheck the box which says secure unique hostname. On the top, you have a box. You have a check box which says secure unique hostname. Oliver, just below the name. No, just below the name, there is a checkbox called secure unique. Uncheck it. Yes, very good. And last time you try in East US or West US? If you try in a West US, East US, please change to West US. West US 2. West US 2. Not East US. Exactly. Yeah. And in the plan, explore pricing plan, select S1 from last. Wait. Let it come. I think the first one is S1. If you are able to select under legacy, the first option is a standard. Yes, very good. Yes. Click select. And that's it. Hit review and create. Let's see if it works. Create. That's fine. That's fine. Click create. Hope Oliver, you remember this step because we are going to use it multiple times during our DevOps lab. Let the deployment to complete. Hi, done. Click go to resource, Oliver. Excellent. Now on the left hand side, you get default domain. Right hand side, there is a default domain. There is a URL. Right hand side. Copy it, paste it in the browser. Yes, you are in correctly now. Right. Okay, stop your sharing, Oliver. Now I am going to Grogri screen and then you can follow whatever we do there in Grogri screen. Okay, everyone. So let
You
me,
ready? Let
yeah,
me go back to sharing.
yes, let me to stop his sharing. Yes, everyone, please watch carefully a Grogri screen and then we can just follow as it is, step by step.
Okay. So the web app was ready. I just opened it. I can go back to the resource group if needed.
I think Rajkumar also. Okay, Rajkumar, just hold for a minute. Let me finish it here, then I come back to you. Okay. So on the left hand side, on the right hand side, you have a default domain. Copy it,
Oh yeah. Okay.
paste it. in the browser. This is your production URL. What we all? This is your production URL. Okay, it has nothing. It's just a basic content. Now go back to the app service. And then on the left hand side, everyone, you see there is a deployment option. On the left hand side, you have a lot of menu and deployment. Under deployment, you should see deployment slot. I hope all of you are in deployment slot now. And then you get an option called add a slot. Yeah, okay. Click add a slot. What is my first slot? Dev. So type dev in a small letter. Only dev. And look at the URL. Are you able to see the change in the URL? It's a Tailor app -dev, right? Just below the dev box, you see the URL. Okay? Copy the URL. Everyone copy this URL. And click add. No, you have to add it first. And click add. It will take couple of minutes, so just wait. This is your dev environment, right? Nagesh, Sarathi, just confirm if your dev environment is also created. Yeah. Epista, Oliver, Bukola, very good. Yes, exactly. Okay, so now you just paste the URL in the second tab of your browser and confirm it is working. You get similar content. Hit enter. So your production URL and the dev URL exactly look same, no change, right? Yeah.
Nope.
Now go ahead and create one more slot. Nothing new, right? Yes, exactly. Go ahead and add another slot called QA, which is for quality assurance. And copy the URL one more time. And click add. And now you should be able to see 3: production, dev, and a QA. Correct, Goragdi? Production.
See, yes, but the QA is still processing.
Processing, yeah. And now you can test the QA URL, that is also same, right? Yes, Goragdi, I hope that is fine. Can you stop your sharing, Guri, for a minute? Let me quickly go to
They're all
Rajkumar.
the same so far. Yeah.
Exactly. So just wait, then we will now push our code to one of the slot and then we see how it works. Rajkumar, share screen now. Done. Wow, that's very. Rajkumar. Yes. Hold on, Rajkumar. Let me do. Done, Bukola. So can you just go to basic for a minute, Rajkumar, just to say. Let's go down. Let's go down. West US 2. Scroll down. Standard. Just I think that this will work. Click review and create. Hopefully it work. Create. We are doing, Rajkumar, exactly production like setup. Okay. This is how probably you see in your environment as well. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. I think that for you only East US is allowed. Can you click basic and change to East US 2? Go to basic, basic, basic. East US 2. And select the standard plan. I hope, Rajkumar, you are also using AJ 400 lab, not the AJ 104, because 104 it is not allowed. Click review and create. Create. No. Can you show me your LMS, which lab you are hitting? Go to LMS. Then it's work. Can you unmute yourself, Rajkumar? In 104,
Okay.
which location you generally select? You remember?
Yes,
If
sir.
you scroll down, and maybe you can try East US only. Try
Yeah,
different
East US
region.
only I have selected.
First time. If
Yes,
it is
yes, in
failed, then
104 I have.
104.
No,
So
in
you may,
104.
yeah. No, 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 go change. Yes. But the only problem is, Rajkumar, in 10 in East US now, you hardly get the option. Click to select S1. Then I will go with alternate. You may not do the full lab, but at least you do partial lab. Okay. Click the checkbox, first one. Select, review and create.
Created by tag.
Can you show me basic one more time, just for a curiosity?
Okay, sir.
And scroll down, scroll down, scroll down. And in the Windows plan, can you drop down? That's fine. That's fine. Okay. Try now. Why there is so many restriction in your account? That is create now. It there, right? Created by. I think make the C created by. Can you click that? Let's check. Click, click. Raw error. Okay. So try one more time. In case if it doesn't work for you, Rajkumar, most probably you just raise one support ticket with this screenshot. Okay, you have to
Okay, sir.
resolve it before maybe the class number 3. Try create again.
Okay, sir.
Last time. Right? No, I think that for you this is a problem. Okay, just take this screenshot and raise support ticket and just enjoy the lab. Okay, Rajkumar.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yes, sorry. Can you come back, Gregory? Now we are going to do the final one.
Ouch. Yes, I'm starting to share my screen. Okay. Go back to the.
Everyone go back to Azure. In Azure, go back to deployment slot and click the dev and click your dev and just confirm if you are in a dev. Can you highlight the dev name on the top left hand side top? Just confirm all of you are in a dev only. Look at the screen of Gregory. Arathi, Oliver, Bukola, Domindor. Yeah, very good. Oliver, just confirm. Visual. Okay. Sorry. Then I ask Gregory to probably help you out. Okay. Okay. So you see the dev now, and then on the left hand side you see deployment. Click deployment, please. Then you hold on Oliver for a minute. Click deployment center. Everyone click deployment center. Just confirm if you all are in deployment center. Just confirm if you all are in deployment center. Yeah. Okay. Now everyone go back to GitHub as fast as you can. Everyone go back to your GitHub, and probably Oliver you can also do, and maybe Rajkumar you also do at least this part for your future lab. Everyone go back to your GitHub and then look at extreme right hand side top. You see your user account icon. Click the user account icon and there is a drop down. You see a drop down. In the drop down there is a setting option. Just confirm if you all are able to see the setting option. Domindor, Oliver, Bijulal, I hope that you are also doing. Rajkumar, yeah. Arathi, Ispita. I think Nagesh you already did. But anyhow, just you can check. Yeah. Okay. Click the setting now. Yeah. Click setting. And on the left hand side, scroll down till last. And you get developer setting. Just confirm if you are able to see developer setting in your GitHub extreme last on the left hand side, right? Yes, click developer setting, please, all of you. And then you should able to see personal access token. Personal access token. And in the personal access token, you should able to see token classic. Token classic. Click token classic, please. And you get an option called generate new token. Now be very careful here. You have a drop down. Click drop down from the generate new token and you get generate new token classic. token classic. Yes. Click generate new token classic. If you have to authenticate, please do that. Now you are in the same screen. Just probably you can give a note AJ400 so that you remember. Now this token is valid for next 30 days. And you now check every box like repo check, workflow check, write check, delete check. Please check every box. Everyone click the log and just confirm what is the status you are saying, running, fail or deployed. If it is running, the fourth column we say running deployment. If it is a running deployment, congratulations, you are done, good job. Preparing deployment, okay, very good.
Just
So after
quick question.
uh,
So the key that we created, is it so once it's only valid for 20 days? But I think that's what you said. So after the 20
it,
days, does this
it
go away or it has to be done
this go
again?
away. Yes, no, this
Okay.
go away. Then you have to disconnect it and again have to reconfigure the setting. But in the production, usually because we using DevOps, so we do not have to do anything here. We use in a DevOps tool. Fetch pending. How many of you see succeeded message once you refresh it? So once it is done, I will show you what will happen. If you go back to your dev URL, can you go to the dev URL?
Back
No,
in
you already have in the in the browser you already have.
oh, okay. Sorry. Sorry.
Dev one. It is product. Refresh it. When you go and refresh your dev URL, you should able to see our live code is now here. And then in the branch type master. Go up.
Excuse me, sir, Professor, just really quick. Where it says external Git, there's also says like Azure Repo. Is that for the Azure Dev
Azure
environment?
DevOps. Yes, DevOps
Okay,
environment. Yes.
thank you.
Go scroll up and just click save. Biju. Wait the save to be happen. Okay, no worry. So Rajkumar, you may have to just you in the LMS now there is a right hand side top there is a help button. Click help, raise a support ticket. Hopefully by Monday it will be resolved. At least by next class you should be ready. Okay, perfect. Now you just go left side up, left side, go to overview. Overview, first option. You get a URL, okay? Click that URL. Right hand side, there is a Biju. Yeah, Biju. Exactly. Very good. Yes. Paste it. Yeah. So it will give you first default. Just say continue to the site. Continue to the site. Yeah. Now go back to it will loading. Go back to your app service, Biju, and then come back to deployment center one more time. And you see the logs. Click logs. So you say that it's showing generating deployment, correct? And you have a refresh button on the top. So you have to refresh it after 1-2 minutes. You should able to see succeeded option. Once succeeded, if you go back to your app service, Biju, and when you refresh it, it will show you your my go to app service on the browser. You already know. You already pasted, no? So this content will change, right? You will see my app, my code. Okay, na? So just you have to wait. tilde succeeded will happen. And in the meantime, because you cannot create the slot, so just watch the next screen of what we are going to do in a final time. Okay. Yeah. Stop your sharing, Viju, and you keep refreshing till the time you see the deployment succeeded. And then confirm me in the chat once you've done that. Yeah. Gregory,
See, yes.
final. Everyone, now I am going. Everyone just watch. Rajkumar, you also watch, please. Go back to app service, all of you. So in the dev, you see that it is running. If you go to the UAT and prod, just confirm you are still getting the old code. Go and refresh everyone the URL of UAT and prod and just confirm if you are getting the same code. Go back to the URL you have pasted already.
Okay.
So please refresh all three URL and you just confirm you only see the content in dev, not in a QA, not in a prod. Can you refresh the prod and QA also?
Prod.
You have it second. Exactly. Same old code. Everyone able to see same old code, right? Correct, Arati? Nagesh? Domindor? Yeah, exactly. So what we do? Swap. Go back to your Azure. Everyone come back to Azure. Except
Except.
my new friend Vijulal, right? So Viju, you cannot do that, so you just have to watch. Okay. So when you come to deployment slot, everyone come to deployment slot, and when you click the deployment slot, you should able to see swap option. And second very important part, why any company go for a DevOps? Because if you look at a segment of the companies, only 7% company worldwide, 7%, only 7%. We call it as a technology company. Rest 93% company had nothing to do with technology. Like Hyundai, they manufactured car. American Express, they are dealing in finance. If you are in India, you have a food app like a Zomato, a food aggregator. But still, almost every company, if you go, you found they use DevOps. And you wonder why. So if I want to purchase, let's say if I am working in a BMW is a luxurious car manufacturer. And inside the BMW, I am able to see there is a DevOps. So one very important part is today world is a purely app driven world. Look at that, how I and you connected today. You are sitting at comfort of your home or office. I am sitting at the comfort of my home, and we both are connected and talk just like that. We are there in the same room. How this is possible? Can any one of you imagine this type of scenario 10 years back or 5 years back? No, because internet speed was just like a 2G. And today we are living in the world where we already have a 5G and there is already a planning going on for a 6G. Huge speed. So this huge speed power smart devices. Even if you go to a very small town or a village in any of the country, You're surprised that the people carry a smartphone. And they try to do everything from the mobile. How this is possible? That application load fast. When you do something, it will just go to the vendor site and perform the transaction. Speed. So this speed trigger company to go digital. When we go say digital, just look at the way how we are doing today. How many of you stop going to the bank physically? I think all of you. You hardly visit the bank branch. How many of you regularly go to the restaurant? Probably hardly. If you want to use any government service, how many of you go to the government offices? Probably very less, because now we have an app through which we can connect to the government. And yesterday I get a call from a Hyundai car that, sir, do you want a car? I say, I cannot come. I do not have a time. They said, do not need to come. I will show you the car model. I will give you a virtual experience so that you can see how the car work, how the car look. And if you have any question, you just ask me digitally. Yes. So this app change customer behavior. People like me and you, we do not want to go outside now. We say that we are at home and I want everything. And that is the reason why any company, whether it is a product company, whether it is a service company, whether it is a government, they're now coming with the app. And yesterday we just discussed one app, any food aggregator app in your country. Like in India, you have a Zomato. Now this Zomato app receive update from thousands of vendor every hour. Now I have this food available. I now offering discount. Now this food is out of stock. And these updates should available to your app in a real time. So to handle thousands of the updates, how many developer we want? How many build team we want? How much deployment team we need? How many tester we need? Just you can imagine that. But you will wonder that when you go to, let's say, any food aggregator office, you see that they have hardly 10 people. Out of 10, maybe 5 developer. Rest 5, they are able to handle everything. They can do a testing regular time. And this is how you see the DevOps come into the picture. They say that once developer finish their job, we can use build, we can use test, we can use deploy, everything in just a sequence. Second, as a company, as an organization, when you are planning to use DevOps, you should go with existing project, not recommended, because in existing project, if you introduce DevOps process, it might create a chaos. So Microsoft recommend that you should go with a greenfield project. The project which is going to start now, you should reset the process. And probably you can have a process like developer develop the code, go to the SCM. From there, it will go to the build tool. From there, it will go to the testing service. From there, it will go to the release service. And from there, it will go to the deployment. So it is a high recommendation that when you have a greenfield project, you should go with DevOps. And then we done one wonderful lab yesterday where we actually try to simulate real world where application get deployed in a dev, QA, and a prod through pull base, means your app service pull and do all these background tasks. So as we discussed yesterday, that in a traditional development environment, this is how they work. You have a developer who developed a test source code. Do you have a tester who use the different tools to test application, and then it will pick up by the deployment team. So if organization try to move from traditional way of working, they likely to go with a DevOps stage 1. In a DevOps stage 1, they might introduce a very first service called GitHub. And this GitHub probably is a best way to introduce DevOps in organization if they never use automation tool. So today we are going to understand SCM, especially the GitHub, how important it is. Yes, Nagesh, I think you have a question. Hold on.
Yes, sir. Yesterday we have created Azure App Service with three deployment slots, three environment, QA,
Correct.
Dev, and the production. So
Correct.
are we like Azure going to charge only for one app services or
Azure
for
do not
including?
charge for app service. Azure will charge for compute. You
Correct.
remember when you use basic, it means
Yeah.
that you get one server with certain amount of compute, which like a 1 GB RAM and one CPU.
Okay.
So you run one app service, you run 10 app service. Microsoft doesn't matter if they said I will charge you.
Okay. Not for the even if you are having multiple environments, that doesn't matter then.
It doesn't matter.
Okay. Okay. Okay, sir.
Yep.
Thanks, sir.
Yeah. So let's understand first before we discuss world of SCM like a GitHub, how exact end to end DevOps flow look like. So for an example, if I give you a little basic idea that the very first come with developer, or you can say a people who develop a source code. So there is not one developer, there is no two developer, there can be a multiple developer who work as a team to develop one application. So let's assume that in a typical company we have a three developer, and let's say these three developer try to develop MS Office. So developer one probably develop Excel, developer 2, let's say develop MS Word, and developer 3 might develop another one which is called PowerPoint. Three different developer work on a same project. Project is called MS Office. So to develop MS Office, probably the work divided to 3 developer. One develop Excel, one Word, one PowerPoint. And just to make the life more easy, let me just put a name here. So let's say, for example, this is, let's say, Arati. One of the developer. Let's say, for example, Spita, second developer. And let's say Rajkumar, third developer. They might sit in the same office. They might sit in a different geographical location. What happened now? So all these 3 people, after develop their part of application, they push their application code to GitHub, and in a GitHub they might have a main central repository. Let's, for an example, I say that this repository is a master, or we also sometimes call it as a main repository. Let's see that this GitHub managed by another person. We called that person by designation SCM master. So for an example, let's say this is done by SCM master is domain door. So domain door then ask Arati, Spita and Rajkumar, hey Arati, hey Spita, hey Rajkumar, you cannot push any of your code here because this code is not complete. Your project is not complete. So what it does now? Then they create 3 special branch. Let's say inside the GitHub, this is branch 1. You can say just inside this there is a small folder, and say, hey Arati, you push your folder, your data here. Spita, this is for you, and Rajkumar, this is for you. In a very technical word, we call it as a child branch. People also call it as a feature branch, but just for understanding, let's keep it simple. So what does Arati do now? Then Arati push हर part of application from this local machine with help of something called Git client on this branch. So code move from here to here. Exactly same thing happened by Ispita, and exactly same thing happened by Rajkumar. And this process of pushing the up their part of the code from local machine to their respective branches, we called this process check in process. You can call it as a push also, but in the modern we can say technical terminology, every developer then checked in their code to their repository. Once their code reach here, then there is one more person introduced. You call that person your team lead. You call that person is a senior developer. You just name it. So let's say for just understanding purpose, I'm saying that Pratap is a senior developer. So Pratap then review the code. Which code? Arati code first. If they found everything is correct, then they merge this code from this branch to this branch. And in a technical word, this process in GitHub, we call it as a merge process. Then again, they perform the complete review, both MS Word and Excel. And when they satisfy, they again merge from here to here. When you say merge means, now this repository actually go, whatever they have is gone and it will come to the second repository. Post that, when everything is now inside one branch, then they decide to merge this last branch with the master branch. Who is doing all this task? Pratap. Who is Pratap? A senior developer. So now you have complete MS Office as an application available from you can say from your local repository to now finally it come to the main repository. Now you have a perfect process where you perfect now. So now the code finally merge and available in the master branch. Now from here, this whole code need to go in build process. So from developer, code already come to the master branch, and from master branch the code must go into the build process. So now you should need a build tool. Now this build tool can be anything. This build tool can be Jenkins. This build tool can be Azure build pipeline. This build can be GitHub workflow or GitHub action. So for example, you can use GitHub action or GitHub workflow to completely do a build process. Oh my god. Oh my god. Or you can also call it as a GitHub action. So I mean to say, if you look, oh, let me to put it like this. Git workflow, or we also call it as an action. You just name it, and but this is how this whole process works. Or you can use Azure DevOps build pipeline. Azure DevOps build pipeline. Or you can use a third party service. It can be Jenkins. Or you can use Jenkins, Circle CI. So usually these build tool already have an authorization. We have just seen yesterday during our lab exercise that other services from outside can connect with your GitHub. And in a very technical language, this type of relationship from my GitHub to other service, we also call it as a babe hook. It creates a hook. From me to you, there is a hook. Yes, correct. Babe hook. And then complete code. You can say whatever you have is now going to a build process. But here the catch start. So for an example, if I open my laptop, or if I open any of the, you can say, command, let's say if I go to, I just take any of them, I'm just catching it, this command. And I try that. It is a Python program. I want to run a Python program. So I type py, let's say demo.py. Let's say what is py? I have no idea what is py. Oh, sorry, it is Java program. So Java my app.java. It says, what is Java? I do not know Java. What does it mean now? Neither in my laptop Python install, nor in my laptop Java install. I try to run now .NET build. It's not throwing. Oh, it's running. It means that in my laptop, I have a .NET. So what does it mean now? It means that when we develop a program, we develop using a language. Java, Python, .NET. Let's to understand that we use Java. So all these three developer is my Java developer, and in their development team, everyone have a Java. Now the build tool said that, okay, Java, which version of Java? In which operating system you run the Java code, in Windows or Linux? How we can do a build? It has a lot of question now. So it is, I start asking a question. All right, my dear friend, which language, which OS, how to give you build artifact? You want in a zip format? You want in a jar format? You want in a NuGet format? Which format? Because remember, these tools are just a machine. It's not a human. In a traditional world, let's say for example, this build is managed by, I'm just saying Bukola. Now Bukola going to ask to probably Pratap, hey Pratap, which language? Oh, Bukola, this is Java. Oh, okay. Which version? Java 10. Okay. Which operating system? I have used Windows operating system. Okay. How you want to convert the whole program? Just create a jar file, a zip file. But problem is, this time it is a tool. How you are going to call a tool? That is a gotcha. So it means that one of the developer, it can be Arati, it can be Smita, it can be a Rajkumar. One of the developer is not a normal developer. These developers are DevOps developer. So let's say Arati know Java, she is master in Java, but she also master in DevOps development of Java. So Arati say, all right, I am going to provide an instruction to this build tool. It can be a GitHub workflow. It can be an Azure DevOps. It can be a Jenkins. So let's say, for example, Arati can use YAML or a JSON script. Arati said, all right, no worry. I am going to develop now an YAML file. Because Arati has an additional skill other than Smita and Rajkumar. She also know how the DevOps work. So she write a whole, you can say, process. Dear build tool, must ensure you have a Java 11. Dear build tool, please run this command to compile the code. Dear build tool, now run this command to test my application. Dear build tool, now you, once you build, you package everything in a zip file. Everything is C written in YAML. So this YAML, along with this code, go to here. During much process, it will come to here, and then it will finally come here. So what your build tool do? It can be GitHub Workflow, it can be Azure DevOps, it can Jenkins. It will only look. It doesn't care about what your code is. It will first check that do you have instruction file. It can be YAML, it can be JSON, it can be any other format, but it should have an instruction file. So your build say, yeah, I am going to see your YAML now. It pull YAML. All code is here. Everything is here. So along with all the code, the build tool also pull YAML. Build tool also pull YAML. Now in the YAML, it say that, okay, you need a Windows virtual machine or Linux virtual machine. Oh, in YAML, it is said that you need a Linux, for example. It create a VM in the background. Linux. Okay, your code is written in Java. Okay. I am going to install a Java. Okay. Your code is also include a test. You have a test script. I am going to use now JUnit. Oh, to do the build, you need a Maven. So it is going to now, let's say, for example, it's install Maven also. And then as per your instruction, it run a stage by stage. Okay, you told me to first compile your code. I did. Now you told me to test your code. I run the test script. You told me to create a package. Okay, I created the package. You want me to upload this package to this place. I done that. Whatever you write, it's go and use. So once the build happen, so when we say build, it means that it can be, it do a two tasks. It compile your code and it also create a package. So end of the day, it creates something called build. Can I see the build? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Let's say this is a build. Who create? The build stage. It creates something called build version 1. What it contains? It contains oh my god. Sorry. It contains all your application code. These three. It contains when this is copy in the target environment, how it run. So there is a special instruction you can say executable instruction file, which can be a shell script, which can be a PowerShell script, which can be a simple text script. So any script, I mean to say, it is now also included in this build. Okay, now I have a build. So post build, it probably go to release. Who can do a release? Now it can be same free tool. And there is a one more tool which is people generally use during the release process is Ansible. So Ansible is very popular release tool where you can release your application packages. So now you have a tools available. Same question. Because it's a tool, it's not a human. Let's say, for example, this release is managed by a separate person altogether. And I'm just taking that it can be Oliver. Hey, Oliver. Oliver say, because now Oliver is try to automate for it through the release process, right? So your release tool must want to know, okay, which package means you have a jar file, you have a zip file. What is the package type? Where to means you want to release it on a cloud, you want to release it on-prem, where, and how. So they ask a lot of questions. Rajkumar is not a normal developer. He's an expert developer, DevOps developer. So most probably Rajkumar may create another YAML file which have clear instruction for the target. Come here. From here. Now it set that YAML file, and then this second YAML file, let's say, also come here. This YAML do not read by the build. Let me to just change this YAML is read by release. So release read the YAML, and then release download from wherever you put this build. And then it creates something which we can even see. It's called release artifact. So let's talk about this GitHub. For a very, very long time, people use GitHub as a central repository system. For example, I use GitHub is almost like a 19 years now. 19 years. But I see a huge drastic change in GitHub in last 4 years. Because when Microsoft is working on its DevOps tool, Microsoft looking for some kind of a known repository. So they have a choice. They have a choice to use GitLab. They have a choice to use Subversion, and they choice to use GitHub. So they understand GitHub is widely accepted and used by most of the developer, or you can say people. So they go and acquire the whole GitHub. They buy the GitHub. So the same GitHub which is freely available to all of us, it is now acquired by Microsoft. And it is now have Microsoft brand. And same GitHub is available as an Azure repo in DevOps tool. Same GitHub. So what the Microsoft does? They make the same GitHub available as a private repository in Azure DevOps world. In Azure DevOps world as a Azure repo. Same functionality, everything same. But since Microsoft is taken over, this GitHub, they make lot of enhancement. They push their developer team to transform this GitHub. So what does GitHub now provide here? The first thing GitHub provide, which is known to everyone, is a repository where you can store your all data. They also provide a CI/CD workflow, which is called GitHub Action. They also provide a full project management, PMP. People use Jira. Instead of a Jira, it gives you a full project management with their Kanban board. Just like that, you have Azure board. Apart from that, it gives you a way to collaborate. Just like a SharePoint, you have a collaboration. Means you can invite a team member to join your GitHub. Apart from that, it open its API so that you can connect with your development environment directly to this GitHub. It open now. And they make this GitHub availability in a two-way. One, people like you and me, it is a personal or community. Same community GitHub is now become personal GitHub. No charge, free of cost. No charge, free of, anyone can create an account, and that day we actually create an account. And they can also provide an organizational GitHub. In organizational GitHub, you have an liberty to connect this GitHub with your on-premises Active Directory. It also gives you dedicated GitHub application running in a separate server. So server will not share. And then there you have a definitely license charge and all. This organization GitHub is purely within your company. No one can access from anywhere outside. But no matter are you going to use personal or organization, this feature is available across the board. Like a repo, CI/CD action, Kanban board. You can collaborate. You have an API. And latest one, that is when they introduce integrated AI tool, which is called GitHub Copilot. In a 3 edition: personal, professional, and enterprise. And this is actually a magic. Same Copilot, now it is integrated inside GitHub. Of course, as a free account, you can still use, but it has a limitation how many time you can ask a question or something. But now we have a GitHub Copilot. So this make GitHub is go-to tool for a company who probably do not want to go for expensive automation tool like an Azure DevOps. Yesterday I just say Azure DevOps is a costliest tool. Number one, per user license. Number two, how many time you run a build and release. In a background, it will charge you the compute power also. So for an example, if I am a small organization, I want a full CI/CD functionality. I want a Kanban board. I want a repository. I want a collaboration. And I also would probably like to go with the AI. I will not go with DevOps because that will going to cost more. I can go and use my GitHub. I just create an organization account. I will not pay anything, for an example, and just use the free account with the limitation, of course. But it is good for me. I hope that you understand the power of GitHub in today's context. It also give you an option even in a personal account. You can make it private. You can make it public. So in any cases, you can use this configuration. For our demo purpose, we use it public. And then you get an one option called add readme. This is very important. When you initialize, when you want your repository to be ready, the moment you create, you should add at least one file, and by default it adds something called readme, where you can go and describe your description. Yeah, and in repository name Ispita, maybe you can type like MS Office Ispita or Ipista, sorry. Yeah, so that it's recognizable. Okay. Now another very important one, if you look at below, it's a git ignore, and this is quite an important one. So as a developer, during the development time, we probably use some of the file where information might be private, confidential. I do not want when we push my whole code, one specific file should go to a GitHub, or maybe a collection of files should go to GitHub. So if you want, you can add that file in a git ignore. Git ignore means when you commit, everything go except that file. Right now I do not have anything, so just leave it blank. And usually when you put some code, some data in a GitHub repository, you can also define how this repository can be used by other people. So there are different type of default license agreement available. Like you have a MIT license and so many other licenses, right? So when we create some very specific code, and I want that anyone who want to use my code, they just follow the open source license agreement. You can pick anyone. At this point of time, I do not want to use anything, so just I say no license. All right, once you all done, hit create repository. And please confirm if you are able to see your repository live. Yes. So let us start with the first. So for an example, let's say Pista is project manager. Okay. And you all are team member. So Ipista going to now invite all of you as a team member to work collectively on one project. And how she will do that? Before that, if you look on little right hand side top, there is a one icon. It is basically your username. Last one, extreme last. Yeah, click that. You see you have a username. Please everyone copy this name and paste that name in a chat box. Everyone, if you have this name, copy this name and paste in a chat box. Okay, perfect. Smita, now you have multiple name. I think for Pratap, we are not able to see your name. Yeah, a lot of people are putting. Okay, very good. Okay, very good. Yeah. So what is Smita going to do now? Smita, copy Arati. First one. Yeah. Yeah. Put it in a notepad. Put every name in a notepad. Just copy and put all the name. And same everyone, you can copy each other name just to see how it works. Prepare your notepad. Now we are simulating real world environment. Okay, how exactly people collaborate using GitHub if they are going to work on a common project. You can just double click it. Yeah, exactly. This is a login name of your GitHub. You agree? So you should see a login name in your GitHub account. I think Bukola has 2. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Now go back to your GitHub and look at the process. Make it a full screen. Once you have, then in the repository side, Ranger Capital. Okay, that's fine. That is just fine. Yeah, Ranger Capital. Yeah. So in your repository, there is a many menu: code, issues, pull request, action, project, wiki, security, insight, and last one is a setting. Please everyone go to the setting of your repository, and on the left hand side, just confirm, are you able to see under access, the first menu is collaborator. Everyone able to see collaborator? Please click that. Yeah, you have to just verify the email probably. Click verify email. You get a code in your Gmail. Yeah, please click that. If it asks for a re-verification, please do that. Yeah, and then you get an option called add people. Can you all confirm? Add people. Gregory, can you confirm you are able to see add people? Please click add people and start pasting name one by one. Arati, you may get one email in your account. Please find out. You can do it. Ispita, let me go back to Gregory's screen. Gregory, can you share your screen? And all of you, please confirm if you receive Ispita email. Yeah. Where is? You know what happened? You by mistake do not add, which is called readme file.
Okay.
So just yeah. So if you can create one
So
more, maybe
create another repository.
create new. Maybe MS Office Taylor, correct? Like this.
Yeah. Okay.
And then below you see add readme, right? Just check this
Okay.
box. Yeah.
Okay.
Now click create repository.
My bad.
Now go to the setting.
Settings. Don't move
Just
it up.
above you have a code. Above code you have a setting. Just little left side. Exactly, yes. And then on the left side you have a collaborator. First menu. First. Yeah, you have to re-verify.
Oh, shoot.
Click confirm.
Yeah, I had to think about the password really quick.
Okay, click add people. Pratap, check your speaker. I think Pratap is not able to see, or you can rejoin.
So now I have to add everyone that put their name in the.
Is better? Okay.
Okay, stop sharing.
Yeah, so you can add every people and they get an invite. So if when you open email, Gregory, you can see that how the people will be invited.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, stop. Yeah, yes. Ipista, please share screen. Go back to all of you. I think that Arati not able to accept, or Rajkumar accepted. So if you refresh, you can see how many people accept your invite. Refresh the GitHub. Arati, you are not able. Are you able to see the email? Bijulal, check your email, and you should able to. I think Pratap also now created. Yeah, just click. Can you check your also email, Ispita, if someone invited you? This is how the invitation email look like. I think no one has. Gregory, can you add Ispita name? Ispita, can you share your name to in the chat? Login name. Anyone of you, can you add Ispita in your repository? Just confirm once you add. Added it. Nagesh added it. Okay. Just check, Ispita, if you receive any email. Yeah, look at that. So Ispita now receive multiple email from various people who invited. Let's say you click Nagesh email and you get view invitation option. Click view invitation and say accept invitation. Is that clear? How you people can accept invitation to work together, collaborate in a real project world. Oh my God. I think a lot of people are not accepted your invite as of now. Yeah, can you accept everyone invite, Ispita? Accept, and then you, yeah. Once you accept, just close that, okay? Close that tab so that, yeah. I request all of you to please accept each other invitation just to collaborate. Yes. Okay, very good. Now, what will happen? Every one of you, please ensure that you should be in the Ispita repository. Can you confirm? Pratap Rao, I think that he is not. You all can also add my name. This is my name. Please add it. Yes, Ispita, refresh and you should able to see I am your collaborator. So everyone, please, can you come to Ispita repository? Just confirm if you all are able to see Ispita repository. If you're not able to see, again, go back and click the view invitation and you should able to see Ispita repository. Yes, Bijulan? Now, yeah, very good. Now, everyone, please go to the code of Ispita. Everyone come to the code menu. Just confirm if you are in a code menu. Click code menu, Ispita. Everyone, please confirm you are in a code menu of Ispita. And then you get add file option. click upload file and upload any generic file. It should not be important from your machine. Just upload any file.
Okay,
So
sir.
go back. Okay. So now you are in Spita repository, and
Yeah.
in Spita you should able to see MS Office Spita. Look at that little right side below, in a
Okay,
third
this one.
box, in a sixth box. Yeah.
Is it this one?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, that one. Okay.
So once you are there, look at that. So many people are uploaded so many file, right?
Yeah.
All this is collaboration. It means that if we all are working on a same project,
Yeah.
I upload my MS Excel, you upload probably PowerPoint, someone upload maybe MS Word, right? So you can also
Yes, sir.
add a file. Click add a file.
Add the file. Where's that? Okay, this one.
And you get upload file. Any file from your laptop which is not important, you can upload.
Okay. Anyone?
Maybe AJ. Anyone? Yeah, exactly. Not the folder. You just have to upload a file. I think AJ305 draw.io can upload.
Okay, this one.
Exactly. Upload. Open.
So open. Okay.
Open. And in the commit message, you just say that uploaded by developer Bukola. Above.
Okay,
Just
the up one. Okay.
Uploaded by developer Bukola.
The
You got my mind. So I
developer.
have to say this developer. Put your name. Yes. Click
Yeah,
commit
commit.
changes.
Okay.
And look at that.
Yeah,
In
yeah,
the
yeah.
same repository, your file is also available.
Also there.
You got my
Okay,
point?
so thank you.
Yeah. So yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Be there. And now I am going to Spita here. Spita,
Okay,
share
sir.
back your screen. Yeah. So now this is a very simple example how multiple developer contribute to probably one single project. Is that clear so far? How the collaboration work in a real production world, and how the developer who geographically separated can contribute to the same project? Rathi? Oliver? Yeah. Indor? Yeah. Now, as a project manager, if Pista want to, Oliver.
Yeah, just to understand, that is possible because the repository it's a public repository.
No, even it is a private repository, you will get invite and you can connect.
Okay, that's good. Thanks.
Even in a private. Okay.
Yeah.
So now a Pista as an project manager, try to understand how many member contributed to this project. So where the Epista will go? She will go to the insight. Are you able to see insight, Epista? Click insight. And in the insight, she will see everyone who is a top contributor. I think that the first one, you yourself, you have contributed 2. Rest all, including me, we are just contributing 1. Correct? So she can see a wonderful graph that who exactly contributed, who exactly still silent. If she find, okay, one person, let's say, for example, Domindor not contributed, she can call Domindor, what is happening? Why you are late? Why your code is not committed? Make sense? She can create a tab. How many team member is actually working? How many team member not working? And then on the left hand side, she can check contributor. Click contributor. And this is how she will get a wonderful graph, as well as each team member performance report. Which date, how many commits they did. Correct? As a project manager, this is what you want. Yeah. And a lot of things you can see that on the left hand side, there is so many, the options is available. You can check the traffic also. You can check the code frequency, how frequently the code has been contributed. So lot of things I mean to say. Once you have if you watch your production GitHub, you will see the lot of reports. Is this part clear so far? Clear? Okay. Now this is collaborator. But how one team member communicate with other. So let's say, for example, Olivier may have some problem. Bukola may have some problem, and she want to communicate with either all team member. What she will do? She should type on a WhatsApp, or she should use the email. So it is not only the collaboration tool, it is a communication tool also. So just look at on the top, you have something called issues. Can you click that? So for an example, I just ask one person, not all, one person, let's say Pratap, you click new issue, which is there on a right hand side. Click new issues. You also click Aspita because you are demonstrating. Yeah. Only Pratap or all can do, but do not commit. Okay. Let's say you just put a title, error in line number 9. And just put here. Okay. Just say, hi team, I get an error in MS Excel print function. Can anyone suggest? Okay. And just go to Google. Open a Google and just type sample error in code. Enter. Click the images on the top. So you have maybe just pick up any code. Just save it. Just say error. Yeah, go ahead to your GitHub and scroll down, and you should see paste, drop, or add a file. Yes. And then that's fine. Just press enter in the last sentence. Can you suggest? Just say at the rate after enter at the rate, and look at that. The moment she type at the rate, all the member name appear here. So for example, you just select Oliver. Please fix this code at the rate, maybe Pratap. Please suggest alternate way. This is how you are communicating. Okay. And look at the little right hand side. There's a lot of menu. Can you scroll up? For example, you can assign. So just click assign yourself. And you can also click the gear icon. Yeah. And let's say you assign this task to Bijulal, Rajkumar, and maybe Bukola. Below Rajkumar, you have Oliver. Below Oliver, you have a Bukola. So 3 people you assign this task as a project manager. Okay. Yeah. Just click outside. And look at that, how many people. And then you can put a label, right? Click a label. And what is that? Is it related to a bug? Is it related to a documentation? It is related to maybe enhancement, or it is something which you want a help. So you say that this is bug. So click the bug. Excellent. Click outside. Perfect. And this is how you can click create. Now go back to issues again. Go scroll up and click issues. So look at that. A lot of people are putting you. So everyone click the second one, which say issues to commit the process. Click that. Click this process. Click this one. And now every team member, I want you to put a comment. Below you have a comment. So maybe you can say that Oliver @ Olivier. I suggest to use ChatGPT to fix the issue. No? Yeah, exactly. Okay. Click comment. Everyone, can you put a comment quickly? And just confirm, are you able to see the comment in a real time, just like a WhatsApp? No refresh required. Everyone start putting a comment to the second one. Look at that. Yes, you can Google it. Nice. Just like a WhatsApp you are doing, right? Real time communication going on. ChatGPT, Marathi. Yeah. Put a smiley. Yes, connect off. Yeah. You have a smiley. Just click that icon, a smile icon. Yep. Thumbs up. Just like a WhatsApp, that's a real communication. You do not need to go anywhere outside. Make sense? How you collaborate and communicate in a real time. So let's say, for example, if this issue is fixed, what will happen? Probably Ispita or any one of you can put a comment. Thank you. Appreciate. Just say thank you. Yeah, just put thank you. Issues resolved. And just click close. Issues is closed now. Below. Now it's closed. Okay. Can you all go back to issues again? Go on top. And just see in a closed one, you will able to see there is a closed issues is happening. Make sense? Dovinder.
My question is, instead of using issues, we also using Jira, right? It's the same similar method.
Similar, but you have to pay for a Jira
Yeah, that's fine.
per user
Thank you.
license, correct? Yeah, and
Yeah.
it's free. So good for a small organization, correct? A small project. Yeah. So till now, it is clear for everyone how collaboration work? Yeah. Now let's see a very interesting, helpful, exactly, very interesting feature is to perform CI CD. You see that there is a GitHub action. Now everyone please come back to your own repository. How will you come back to your own repository? You click the cat icon and you can stop. You can come to your own repository, MS Office Spita. You can stop your sharing and let me go back to Bukola. Bukola, share screen. First we run, then we understand. Okay. This is the second demo where we have one developer who want to test CI/CD functionality of their application. So that developer developed this YAML code, and if you just open this notepad file, Bukola, open the notepad. Okay, go extreme up. Just major thing. Okay, first is a name. So maybe you can just say, in a state of a CI/CD demo, just you can say Bukola. In a name, you see the CI/CD demo, the first line. Yeah, just change to CI/CD, maybe Bukola. Remove the word safe. Safe is not required. Just say, type your name. Remove the word safe. So this is the name of the script. It can be anything. For example, a project to deploy application on Azure. Now, how this whole YAML means trigger. Look at that when it say on push to the main branch. The moment your code is committed to the main branch, it will trigger the deployment. And then you see that I write a permission to save the file. And then you have a job. And what is the job? I said that job is you can do build and test. You can give anything. I'm just giving a name, build and test. And very important one, running on where? Now I am requesting GitHub to create a VM, and in the VM you should use Ubuntu latest operating system. What is the Ubuntu latest? I believe 24, right? Ubuntu version 24. So Ubuntu is a Linux operating system. So it create a VM with the Ubuntu. If I give it here Windows 2019, it will create a VM with the Windows 2019, free of cost. And then that once you create this VM, look at that below. That's good. You please run a build. Scroll it down. In this build, what you have to run, I'm just saying that just create a folder called dist, and in that folder create a file called app.txt. In that app.txt you can just write build artifact generated. So maybe in the echo you can type build artifact generated by Bukola for Azure, generated by Bukola. Just to give, so in the app.txt, this is what exactly it will print. This is generic test one. Then it said that run a test. In a test, I simply say that just echo that all tests pass, because I'm just running a simulation here. Then I say that once your build done, it create a build artifact. Upload that build artifact in a folder called dist folder which we have created. And then I say that once that artifact generated, build created, release it. Where to release it? Scroll down. Now for a release, again you need a machine. So I say that again, create a Ubuntu latest machine, download the build artifact from the storage where GitHub share everything, and then create a release. Scroll down. Then create a release with this tag, this one. I mean to say, this is a very special file. Who develop? Not a normal developer. Normal developer say, I know Java, I know Python, I do not know YAML. But the people who have a DevOps experience or a DevOps developer, they know YAML, they know JSON. So it is their responsibility to generate this file and upload in the repository. So please copy, make Control A, everyone. Everyone make Control A to copy everything. Go back to GitHub, please. In your repository, ensure you are in your repository, not in Spita 1, which we just did a practice. How will you confirm? You have to click the cat icon again, and then you see the repository, and you please confirm that you should be in your own repository. No, not in Ranger. Yes. I think this one, yes. Everyone, I think that for you also not created. Okay. Bukola, just go to any repository. I think we created something new, right? Last time. No, not this one, not this one. Okay. Can you quickly create new as fast as you can? Just like make it like a MS Office Bukola. Everyone just hold for a minute. All right, that's fine. Let's scroll down, and you have an add readme, just on it. I think last time you also missed that. Yeah. On it, you have an on button. Yes, click create repository. So ensure you should be in your repository, and then you see an action. Just confirm you are able to see an action. Confirm in the chat you are in action. Domindor, Pratap, Arathi. And look at that, the action here. If you scroll down, there is a lot of ready-made template available. For example, if you want to deploy on Amazon, if you want to deploy on Google, if you want to deploy OpenShift, they already provide the sample script. Okay. But here I'm not deploying to any cloud. I am just testing how the release and all work. Okay. So everyone go back on the top. No, it's not ARM template. It's a YAML template, Nagesh. Just confirm if you able to see something called setup a workflow by yourself. Can you highlight it, Bukola? You see the no get us started. Yeah, highlight it. Highlight it. Just confirm you are able to see setup, and you are in the same page where it is saying main.yaml file. Just confirm fast. Gomindor, Arati, Nagesh. Rajkumar. Can you all confirm if you are in the same page? Bijulal, Olivier, Rajkumar, yeah. Okay. Just paste here. You already have a copy, paste here. Yes. Now, once you have paste here, on the right hand side top, there is a green color button called commit the changes. Click commit the changes. In that main message, just say that DevOps developer Bukola. In the main where it's saying create main file, just that by Bukola. Look, Bukola, you became a fantastic DevOps developer. Yeah. Okay. Hit commit the changes. Now again go back to action fast. Just confirm, are you able to see something is created now? Everyone able to see? Click that, create main YAML developed by Bukola. Click that file. Click the word. Click. Are you able to see build and release actually completed for you because there is nothing? Two stages, build and release. Yeah. Now click the build. Click the build. Hold on, Oliver. Are you able to see the same stage which you develop in written in the YAML actually running the same one, same word? Test always pass, same word, right? Upload build artifact, same word. So if you click the first one, set up the job. Are you able to see that it is now creating a server with the operating system? Can you expand the operating system? And which Ubuntu latest? Which one is a 24? It create a VM. Correct? And if you go to the build, come to the build stage. It create a folder, right? That is what the build you are doing. Correct? And in the folder, it create a file. Exactly follow your instruction, right? Click upload artifact. Click upload artifact just below test. There is a upload artifact. Scroll down. And just confirm, are you able to see a URL where GitHub upload its artifact? Can you copy the URL and paste in the browser to see what exactly the build created? zip file. Correct? And you open a zip file, you will get a file. App, this is the name which you given, right? Click the app. Magic. Magic, yes or no? Yeah. Yeah. Before I move forward, let me go to Oliver. Oliver, share screen. Where is stuck, friend? Open. Okay, go to action. I think you already created that. Yeah, look at that. Oh, okay. No worry. So you have copy my file. Okay. I hope that you copy the whole code. Open your notepad. Yes. Okay, good. No worry. Just go back to your repository. Go back to GitHub. Go back to code. Click the folder called GitHub workflow. Click the folder. It's called .github workflow. Just below. Look at that below. First folder. Yes. And then on the extreme right hand side, you see add file. After add file, there is a 3 dot. Extreme right. Yes. And just after that, you have a dot. Click and you have a delete directory. Delete it. Say commit. Click commit. Yeah. Okay. Now, so we are going with scratch. Click action first, Oliver. And delete this one also. Yeah. Now you get set up a workflow yourself. Look at that. Just above the search workflow, you have a setup workflow yourself. No. Just you see the search box. Click yes. So it automatically create a main file. Now paste here all your code. Say Control A, Control C. And say commit message on the right hand side top. There is a green color button. Right hand side top. It say commit message. Exactly. Very good. Just commit created main file by developer Oliver. On the top. Create main.yaml by developer Oliver. Yeah, click commit the changes. Yeah, now go to the action. And look at that. It's click that. Click. Click. Yeah, build is done. Release is going on. Correct? Make sense, Oliver?
Yes, it's clear for me.
Yeah, perfect. Good.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. Dominder?
Question on the script on the YAML file. For the runner images,
Yes.
So basically, this one is calling up a container or a virtual machine itself.
It's going to call the virtual machine itself. And who provide the virtual machine? Now Azure, because it's taken by Microsoft.
Okay, but
So in the background, it used the same platform.
so okay, so it's the same thing if the OS is Windows.
Yes, exactly. So you can define which OS you want.
Okay, so my question would be: is there a concern about licensing or
No,
EULA,
because you are
particularly the
using,
Windows?
yes, because as of now, it is free. As of now, you do not know that tomorrow Microsoft might say that if you want to use GitHub Action, you have to pay the price of virtual machine. Till now, it is
Okay,
free because
because right
Microsoft right
now,
now it's promoting DevOps, right? So they just say that
yeah.
you can just have a feel, and you can now go to the enterprise platform like DevOps.
Okay, because right now we're all using virtual machine, but it's costing also a lot of money.
Yeah.
The Azure team is already complaining to me because
Yes. Now you
they're
say that,
depending
okay,
on
I do
this.
not, yeah, I do not want to use your, you know, Azure. Now I can do it from here itself.
Okay, I see. Thank you so much.
Yeah, welcome, buddy. Yes, so let me call Raj Kumar here. Yes, friend, can you unmute?
Yeah,
Raj Kumar, you already using Azure DevOps. Do you see a difference the way it run here on Azure DevOps?
yes, I see a lot of differences. There we have a different pipelines for the both and build and release. So
Here
here,
you just, yes. So it means that for a small company, a small project, this is fine, correct? But for
yes,
enterprise grade, you probably need a better control.
correct.
Yeah. So, yeah, thank you. Oliver, you can stop your sharing. I mean to say, if you look as of now, we run the whole flow in GitHub. GitHub give me repository. GitHub also give me a build. All of you now see how the build look like. GitHub also create release. You can also see the release also. What exactly the release artifact look like. And if you are triggering deployment, you can also do the deployment. Okay. So let's take a quick 10-minute break. And when we come back from the break, we are going to now deploy it on, or I want that once my build done, it should store in blob storage. Okay. So quick 10-minute break. Dominder, Bijulal, Pratap, Arati, Nagesh, Guragri, Olivia. Yeah, everyone is back. Good. Yes, Bijulal, you will get the recording of all the session, and that recording will be available for you next 1 year. Yeah. Okay. So as of now, we understand this whole flow. Yeah, whole flow, and I think that one of the scenario which I believe Domindor say that they use GitHub only to create a build, and that build then probably save to some kind of a storage like a file server. Now I want that whenever the build is created, like an MSI file or a zip file or exe file, it should be saved in my blob storage. So it's not there, but if you want, I can give you one step-to-step guide.
Yeah, please. Yeah.
Okay. Just
Yeah, yes.
make me remind in next class. I will share that file with you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah.
Yeah, welcome. So one thing you all remember, whenever we talk about Azure storage service, to connect this storage with external service, it can be our code, the way you practice in AJ 204. It can be any other service outside Azure. Microsoft give you something which is called yes, it will definitely going to use something which is called a storage key or connection string. I hope you all remember that your storage account have something called a storage key or a storage connection string. Azure storage account. Yes, yeah, good. So yeah, exactly. So what we have to do now in GitHub, we have to add this storage account in GitHub. There is a very special place to store your secrets, like username and password, like a connection string, and that is available in your repository under setting. Under setting, you will see there is something called secret. So you have to go to your GitHub repository, click the setting, and you will get a secret. When you expand the secret, you will get an option to add this connection string there. Then in the YAML file, we have to mention post build. Artifact must be a store, or you can say it also copy the build artifact to my storage account. So we have to add a line. First, add your connection string. It can be S3 also. Add your connection string or a key here, and then from here, you in a YAML, you just define where you want to publish. It can be a storage, it can be a server, it can be any other services like an AWS. Same funda apply. Ditto same. So now we are going to test this feature as a last lab. So all of you, please log in on your LMS, launch your lab, ready with your Azure account, and just ping me in the chat that you are ready with your Azure account. Rati is ready? Okay. Everyone, please, if you want to participate in the lab, that's good. Just need to launch your Azure lab from the LMS. Once you log in, once you're ready, just ping me in the chat. Everyone, please go to search a storage account. Oliver, I hope you are also doing a storage account. Pratap, you are sharing screen. Everyone follow you. Search a storage in the storage account. Yeah. So when you type a storage, you will get a storage account. Click a storage account, please. And you should be in the storage account. And then click create. Just like yesterday, same ODL resource group. In a storage account name, in a small letter, no capital, just type your name. For example, Pratap Blob. West US2, as usual, every time we use the same region. And below you should see redundancy. Select the redundancy LRS. And can you all confirm if your screen and Pratap's screen is same? Can you all confirm if your screen and Pratap's screen is same? You select LRS, put your name and select West US2. Nagesh? Domindor? Oliver? Pista? Rajkumar, Bijulal, Bukola. Yeah, okay, good. Please click next, all of you. And then enable the second checkbox. We say allow enabling anonymous access because we are just doing a lab, simple lab. So check this box and hit review and create. And hit create. A second option called anonymous access. Agree? Second box called anonymous access. In the next screen, okay? Yeah. And then review and create, that's it. Created, I think that it is created for most of you. Oliver? Blob storage. Or you can a storage account, it's also called blob storage. Okay, Oliver? Just confirm, Oliver, if you created a storage account is ready, your deployment is complete. Okay, click go to resource. And then on the left hand side, you have data storage. In the left hand side, you see data storage. Click container. Everyone, please click container. And then you get an option called add container. Give it a name called, for example, build or data, whatever you like, just put a name. And in the access, just ensure it should be container access. Last one. It should be containers access, last one, and click create. Can you all confirm if your storage container is ready? Domindor, Gurogri, Rajkumar, Arati, Pista, Nagesh, Bijulal, in case if you are doing. Yeah? Okay, good. Okay, perfect. Now on the left hand side, you should able to see security plus networking. Expand it. And then you get access key. And then you get connection string. Just confirm if you are able to see connection string. The first one, which is connection string, click show. Click show. Copy it. You have a copy button, please. Open your notepad. Everyone open your notepad and paste this key. Everyone open your notepad and paste your key. And then I am going to give you in the chat box one very specific name. If you are a developer, you can use any name. I'm just, because my following code which I'm going to share, you use the same name. Please copy it from your, copy this whole Azure storage connection string. Go back to your GitHub. Go back to your GitHub. Click the setting of your GitHub MS Office repository, which we have worked till now. And then on the left hand side, you should able to see secret and variable under security. And then you see action. Click action, please. And then you get repository secret, and it say that new repository secret. Can you all confirm if you are on same page in your GitHub MS Office repository? Secret and variable, then action, then new repository secret. Click new repository secret. In the name which is on the top, put the name which I just pasted, and in the connection string, copy from notepad and paste without any space. Correct? I hope that your screen and Pratap's screen is same. Yeah, click add a secret. Done. Now I am pasting one code. Please copy it and paste in a different notepad. This is a new code. It is now going to upload your open a new notepad and paste. Just go on top. Before name there is a one something. Yeah, exactly. Before name there is a by mistake one inverted comma come. Please removed it. I hope everyone removed that. Before name there is a small comma before name, the first line. It should be only name, nothing there. Okay. All right. Now copy it. Go back to your repository. Go back to code. And you should able to see GitHub workflow folder. Correct? Everyone able to see in your code GitHub workflow folder? Can you all confirm? In your code, in your repository, you see GitHub workflow folder? Rati, Oliver, Nagesh, Domindor. Yes? Okay, very good. Click that. Click. And you should able to see main.yaml file, right? It is the same file which we already done. Click this file. And on the right hand side, you see edit button. Click edit button. Click edit button. Just say Control A and delete everything what you have. Make it clean. Delete everything, whatever the existing code you have. Then copy the code, new code which I share with you, and paste it. Once you remove everything, just paste the new code. Can you all confirm if you are able to paste the code? And then on the top right, you have a commit. Click commit. In the message, maybe you can say a storing build to blob. Just give some meaningful message. Click commit the changes. And quickly go to action, fast. Scroll up and go to action. And just confirm, are you able to see that it is automatically now running? The moment you make an update, click that. Build is done. Release going on. Build is done. Release is going on. Wow, that's amazing. Oh, can you click what happened? Okay, I'm just sending you updated one. Can you again in the same way go back to your first code, GitHub workflow main.yaml, and only release part. Only release part. Yes, replace the release part only. Complete. Only release part. Okay, delete it and paste it. Try to save, run it again. Let's see what happened. Go and check action. It should be updated now. No, there is a different error. I think there is a alignment issue. Yeah, it is an alignment issue. Just give me a 1 minute. I am just sending you the updated, complete updated one. So now try this one, which I am share. Hold on, I'm just sharing now. What happened? Oh my god. Very strange. I'm not able to do a copy and paste. Oh my god. 1 minute, 1 minute. Yeah, I just share one file. Can you open it, download it, open it, and oh, sorry. Can you open a notepad because your folder name is different? Can you go to a check your container name, what the name you have given? Look at the almost like a last line. Destination is a demo. It's not demo for you, right? Yes. Look at the last third line. Destination is demo. After connection string, yes. Can you check your what the container name you have given? The container name. Click container left side. Huh. So whatever container name you have given, you given build. So please give build. Go and update the main file. Only change the build. Ensure no space, nothing extra should be there. Just I hope you click edit button, right? Yes. Okay, can you do one thing? Can you now just either rerun the whole build or delete or create a new YAML file, because it is taking now from cache. Go back to code, delete this workflow, click, no, click. Then on the right hand side, you have 3 dot. Delete the directory, yes. Commit the changes. Create a main file again, go back to action. New workflow. Set up a workflow by yourself. Now paste that code. Commit it now. Hopefully this time it should work. How many of you get done? Worked? Can you go back to Azure? No, it should not be failure now. Click the build. Yes, you see the same app.txt. If you open it, if you want to check its content, just click edit button. Click edit. You have an edit button on top now. On top. Just below the download, you see the edit button. Yes. Correct? Whatever is written is there. Okay. How many of you are see it's a successful? Stop here, Siri. Thank you. I think for Nagesh it worked. Gregory, Oliver, Arati, Domindor. Okay. Can you share Oliver for a minute? Go back to your GitHub. Yeah. Click that. Click the file. Click the error. Create demosa. Yeah. First one. Click invalid file. It's a invalid workflow file. Okay. I got that. Scroll down till last. I just want to see what you have given the destination. Okay. So, Oliver, please go back to code and delete the whole folder. Code. You see the GitHub folder, right? So just click the GitHub folder. Click the .github. .github. No, you have. Exactly. Exactly. Yes. And then on the left hand side, on the right hand side, you have an add file on the top. And then you have a 3 dot. You have a click, delete the directory. Commit the changes. Can you open the file which I have just shared now? Latest one. No. I shared a file in a chat. Open chat. I share one corrected file. The last file. more. This one. Yes, exactly. You download it. Open this file now. Yes. Yes. Click this file. Yeah. Come to extreme last and just confirm your destination is also built in Azure. If yes, yes. Yeah. If yes, just copy everything without any miss. Yeah. Go back to GitHub. Yes, Sarthi. Good. Go to action. Click action. Yeah. Click new workflow from left hand side. Click setup. Very good. Yes. Paste the file here. Yes. Click commit the changes. You also create build, right? In Azure. Can you go to Azure and show me before you making a commit? Perfect. Then that's not a problem. Yeah, just fine. Okay, go ahead. Yeah. Commit it. Commit. Domain door. This is go to GitHub action now. Create. Click release and upload to Azure. Can you go to setting? Quickly go to setting. No, it's setting. Yeah. Setting. On the top, you have a setting, Oliver. Last one. Yes, exactly. Very good. Yes. And then last, you see that you have a secret and variable. Click action. You have this connects. Oh, no. You given a different name, and in the file, it is different. You got that right. So in the YAML file, I give a different. Yes. So maybe you delete it, and I just give you the new name. You please post same name exactly. You give me 1 minute. Just 1 minute. I'm just looking for. Yeah. Just delete it. You have a delete button. Just delete it. Yes. And I paste new. Just click that. Paste the name which I've shared in the chat. Because that is used in a code, right? Yeah. Paste your connection string if you copy in a notepad. Yes. Go back to action. And then you just rerun it. Yes. Click it. And you have a rerun job on the top. Right hand side. Rerun failed job. Click now, release and upload. Just see that. Leave it blank as it is. Bijulan, done. Can you go to Azure now? Click build. Yes, correct. Oliver, now you are able to see the whole build is available here. Okay, I stop here sharing now. Thank you very much. Yes, dear friend. So I hope all of you now get the essence and power of the automation world with this exercise today. Yeah, yeah, exactly. So let me now call probably Gregory.
Yes, sir. How you doing? Good morning.
Good morning. So I hope that now you today you get a clarity about the different way of doing the CI/CD process. It can be
Yes.
Git workflow, it can be Jenkins, it can be Azure DevOps, it can be any other tool. Process remains same.
Yeah. I mean, I can't repeat it all like you did through this whole 4 hours of class, but I do understand like the power of it, I guess, like with the collaboration, um, the ability to go from basically creating your code to building release and yeah, so like this part I was kind of confused, but 'cause I thought you were talking about Azure DevOps, but then at the end you brought it back. So yes, I do understand. Like, yes, stay in one place for me, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like just the power of collaborating with the different individuals who can collaborate. They can then
Yes.
their documents can be merged into the final person's collaboration, and then emerged
Yes.
into the GitHub repository. We can share that
Yes.
repository, which I think is awesome, and then we can actually build it. So where it's a little bit confusing is how do we go from, let's say, the three different files, XML, PowerPoint, et cetera, to the YAML file, but we can comment on that. We can build that YAML file and then release that YAML file like we just did. And then in the case of not going to a website or a Kubernetes or something like that, it can be deployed to a storage, Azure storage, for like what is it, Microsoft 365 type applications. I guess I just named it
Yes, exactly.
storage underneath.
Yes, yes. And this is how the real Microsoft Office 365 they do the changes.
Okay.
In a MS Word you see the new feature, and this is how they do. Directly from there they push to that file.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't know they did that for Microsoft 365. So I learned something. I learned another thing today. But then for websites, instead of build and release to storage, it can be build and release to deployment. That can go to
Yes,
a web app. It's not shown here, but a Kubernetes or a virtual
yes.
machine. Yeah. So you have that capabilities. And then if you scroll down a little bit for me, please.
And it is a free, right?
Oh yeah, it's free. Yeah, yeah.
That is the very important part. It's a free,
Yeah,
so do
yeah.
not have to
And then
pay
and
anything
then
to
yeah, and then what we just learned, because like I do this all the time actually,
anyone.
with different things I try to build is the connection string, right? You have to have the appropriate connection string name and the appropriate connection string value or the key value.
Yes,
That like
exactly.
if you don't get those two things right, it makes like you're trying to troubleshoot literally all day long trying to figure out what's going wrong.
Uh,
But
uh,
yeah, so you have to make sure that the naming convention is correct and then the actual value, the key value pair is correct with the key there.
yes, yes, yes.
What else? Yeah, and then so you showed collaboration.
Hmm,
You showed the CI/CD.
hmm.
You showed the GitHub action, but you didn't show the API or the GitHub pilot, Copilot. But
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, yeah.
yeah.
So this is how exactly you can now have the broader understanding. So tomorrow, let's say, Gregory, if you have to use another tool, A process remains same.
Okay.
Even if I use Jenkins, I use the same process. There is nothing change.
Okay.
Yeah. So it means that
So
this is the the flow how uh, DevOps work.
mhm. A quick question based off the question I asked in the very first class. If you scroll down for me, please.
Hmm.
Back scroll back down to where you were. So you oh no. I mean scroll up, I guess. Or however the reverse of yeah. All
This
the way
one.
down to the bottom, the very bottom. That's the
Uh,
top. Yeah. Put it this away. Perfect. Right here. So I asked yesterday. I think it was yesterday, right? I asked yesterday. The days are blending together. I asked yesterday. Which one is better, GitHub or Azure DevOps? And but it seems like GitHub has added a lot of different components. They added repos,
now,
CI/CD,
yes,
project management, collaboration, API,
yes,
GitHub Copilot.
yes,
So is it
yes.
still better? Is Azure DevOps still better, even though GitHub added these components?
Yes, so still in Azure DevOps, you have much better control. So for an example, I want to use build as a separate process and release absolutely as a separate process. I want to integrate compliances like a security policy of Azure inside my release process. This all you can now do in DevOps, not here.
Okay.
Yeah. So once
Okay.
you see the pipeline, you will see the differences. Yeah. But
Okay.
at least for a small organization, who do not want to invest money and they have a very small, simple job, this is fantastic.
Okay. And then you mentioned the build and the release process and GitHub are they're combined, right? Because once you
Because you
what's
have a
the word?
single YAML, so that's how it is combination happen.
Okay. Because
Yeah.
once you
This,
commit, they both release. The
they
build
both
starts
release.
and then
They
when
do
yeah.
everything in one single go.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that's how. DevOps actually boom nowadays. So then we understand in a very typical application development versus infrastructure requirement. Developers say, I develop my application and now I want to deploy this application to the cloud. Maybe in the cloud, this application need to deploy in a VM. So anyone who work as an Azure administrator, they create the VM. But as an administrator, probably person do not understand what are dependencies of an application, because they are simply, or you can say that it's simply an admin job. So he said that, okay, let's a VM. But he said, no, I do not want a VM. I want you should enable the RPC. You should enable this protocol. And your admin team is go for a toss. So it means that there is always a conflict between development team and operation team. And this conflict delay project. This conflict also result probably when the application is deployed, it may not function the way imagined by a developer. So what is the solution? The solution then, you should go from one stage of develop to deploy to the second stage. For example, the typical traditional environment, developer develop their source code, run unit test at a source code level to check what's going on. Then the source code is shared with the test team. Then the testing team run their tool like a JUnit, XUnit. And when the testing is successful, then it's straight away go to deployment. Now, in this traditional process, if we want to involve DevOps, in a state of introducing all the stages, all the feature of DevOps, we start with introducing SCM in between. Like I can say, hey, developer, once you develop your code, do not give it directly to the test team. You develop your application, push it to the SCM. And from this source code, people can use pull for testing, people can use for build. And there are different tools which team use, like a build team use Jenkins, MS Build, Maven. Testing team may use JUnit, XUnit, Selenium, Microsoft Test. A deployment team may be use tool like a BMC Serena. Once team adjusted with this new environment of SCM, then probably you can move to the DevOps stage 2, where you want to control the release. So now we have a 3 process introduced. One, developer now in a state of sharing the code directly to the test team. They simply develop the code and push to the GitHub. From the GitHub, the build team, who may use Jenkins, MS Build, Maven, pull the code and create the build. Then the build go to the testing team run their own test. Once it is successful, the same build go to the release team. And release team then either directly deploy, or they can probably send it to the deployment team. So when company adjusted with the new set of process and tool, let's say they now start using this whole process for next 1 year, 2 year, then you can take that a stage further and say that now I am going to totally introduce cloud-based tool, and this is the DevOps stage 3, where developer develop their code, push to the SCM. Now SCM, instead of a GitHub, we can use Azure Repo. SCM then connected with the automated build tool like Azure Build Pipeline. Then the build is connected with the test like Azure Test. Or then the build is finally go to the release like a release pipeline. And then it will go to the deployment, which can trigger automated deployment on Azure platform, which can be a VM, app, or Kubernetes. So once the developer develop the code and push to the SCM, rest all process is fully automated. And this is how Azure DevOps come into the picture. So Azure DevOps provide you a repo, pipeline, test, and also the project management. Hey Pratap. Second, we understand why as a customer we need DevOps. We understand DevOps, but why we need that? So one of the main reason is a app driven world. In the app driven world, your business is running through the app. Take example Zomato or any food aggregator app in your country. Now in this app, there is a very frequent update. One vendor say that new pizza available must be visible in app. One vendor say that I am offering 1+1 free. It must be visible in app so that user can order. So if the 1,000 vendor sending continuous update, we probably need 1,000 developer, tester, deployment team. But if we want to automate it, probably I just have a 10 people, out of which 5 is developer, the rest 5 is tester and deployment team. That's it. So the whole process, once the developer update the code, go to build, to deploy, to various stages like a testing environment, QA environment and production environment, everything is automated. So even there is a small team, but they are able to handle 1,000 changes per hour. And the last, we understand where we should introduce DevOps in our organization. We have two choices. If you are already have a running project, probably you can think to introduce DevOps. But if you are introducing in an existing project, it might create a chaos or challenges. But if you are introducing to the new project, brand new project, it will be very easy to handle the changes. Your team will also accommodate the new kind of a deployment. And then we understand this wonderful lab just to simulate how the whole CI/CD process work with the various different environment. And then the last second class, we actually go more deep dive and understand in a real world, real DevOps world, how the whole process look like. For example, you may have a multiple developer who all work on a one project called MS Office. One developer develop Excel, one developer develop PowerPoint, one developer develop MS Word, and all checked in their piece of code to their GitHub child branch, and from there it will be merged to a main branch, and then via webhook it is connected to a build tool. Build tool create the build, and then this build will pick up by the release create the release, and then it will go to the deployment. And we have seen all the action end to end. So any one of you missed that lab of last week, please go through that. That is a very interesting one. And then we do one fantastic lab where with a GitHub action, we create a build, and that build will go and store in a storage service. We do not need to release. Just like that, MS Office is available in Microsoft download portal. Anyone can download and click and do the manual deployment. And then we understand about the various feature of a centralized repository system. So this is what we practice understand last time. Let's come to the topic of the day. And before we highlight one word, let me ask a question to you. All of you know Uber, right? It's a taxi platform. You probably heard about any e-commerce application like eBay. You probably heard about Make My Trip. You probably heard about lot of AI tools. Just last week only, the cloudy create a havoc in the IT world. You probably also heard about people develop their machine learning model and then they deploy that model and we use that model. What is common in all? And like that, you have many applications. What is common in all? Any idea? All these different platforms, what is common in all that? Domindor, Pratap, Bijulal, Bukola. If you any do a wild guess. What is common? All online? Yes, all are online platform. Yeah, exactly. Yes, transition, perfect. Customer. Yeah, yeah, yeah. They are in cloud, visual. Yeah, exactly. Yes, very good. Interestingly, they all application which you see right now, they all are running in container. No VM, no app service. All these are running in container. Understand the power of container now. So to be very frank, if I say there is no container, none of these applications exist today. None of them. So it means that container is the technology which power today modern application. Any idea about container before I move further? Ramindor, Deepu, Lalit, Pratap, Bukola. What is container? Any idea? It's a lightweight. Yes, exactly. Lightweight. Very good. Which contains all dependencies of the application. Yes. Microservice, my God, Bukola, yes. Fair enough. Just a code. Dominder? Yes. Very good. For many of you, it might be a refresh. And few of you, it is a new concept. So to understand container, let's go to the old way. I'm talking about some 30 years back. No cloud. Nothing is there. So at that point of time, how company develop their application? They say that I am going to develop an application in Java, .NET. So they decide one language. Let's say one of the company decide they will go with Java. So their complete development team is a Java development team. If you apply in that company, you say that, sir, I am a .NET master. They say that I do not need you. Not like today. If the hiring is only for Java, then only a Java. So they use a single language. Developer develop their application and then they create a package. For example, if it is a Java, then it is a jar file. If it is Microsoft Visual Studio Code, it can be exe. It can be a zip file. So let's take that 30 years back, companies say that, okay, my whole application developed in a Java, and they develop the application and then they package it. But where will deploy? To deploy, they have only one option, is the server. Physical server. And server at that point of time is very costly. So usually when 30 years back, when we try to buy the server from IBM, Dell, HP, these server come with the factory fitted configuration. For example, a mid-level server usually come up with the 256 GB of RAM. They come up with the fixed CPU. Let's say they have a 8 CPU in the server. They come up with the fixed hard disk. So let's say, for example, it's coming up with a 500 GB hard disk. Can you increase or decrease the CPU or memory? At that point of time, it is not possible. It's a pure hard coded in the motherboard. And then in this server, infrastructure team, IT team, usually deploy an operating system. So let's say they deploy a Linux operating system, and let's say they deploy Ubuntu operating system. And then this Ubuntu depend on the application. They deploy the service. If it is a web application, they generally deploy a service like Apache, Tomcat. So I'm just saying that, let's say, for example, they deploy an Apache. And then inside this Apache, we use this package. It then unzip it, and all the code is now go and sit inside one of the designated folder. So if you look at this whole picture, it's all one. One application, one package, one server, one OS, one deployment. This is the story of a very old era. So this way of deploying an application, we call it as a monolithic. Basically, it is a French terminology. Mono means single, lithic means a stone, a single stone. No flexibility, nothing. In the last 20 years back, suddenly there is a shift in the IT world. Someone said that you have a server and you have 256 GB RAM. But your server is only utilizing, for example, 10% of the RAM. The rest of the RAM is wasted. So they come up with a very unique concept. They say that instead of install any operating system like a Windows or a Linux, exactly, you install one mini kernel based operating system, and this kernel based operating system is called hypervisor. Do not install any Linux, no Windows, only hypervisor. It's a very small software. When you install hypervisor, it gives you just 3 options: create server, create a storage, create network. So you now go and create, let's say, a VM. So you create, let's say, for example, one Windows VM, one CentOS. And while creating the CentOS VM, you say that I am going to give you 8 GB RAM. Still you have a plenty of RAM in your system, so you allocate 8 GB. And say that I am going to give you one CPU for an example. And I am going to give you, let's say, a 20 GB hard disk. Even if you give so much 8 GB RAM, still you have a 248 GB RAM available for you. So you decide to now create another server, probably with the Ubuntu operating system or CentOS operating system. So it's a different Linux flavor. And you probably again provide him the same. Now 16 GB RAM gone, but still you have so much RAM available. And then you create a Windows server. And for the Windows server, probably you would say that I am going to give you a 16 GB RAM and probably a 50 GB hard disk. So what does it mean now? On the same physical server, you can create multiple virtual server like you do today in Azure. So application development team take it as an opportunity. They divide the large monolithic application into a smaller application. They say that I will the same application, same application. Now you have a front end. So the front end can be developed in Java. Your middleware can be developed in PHP. In a PHP, and you have a different artifact which probably, and then probably you can develop the third application in .NET. And the .NET might have their own way of deploying an application. Now you push the front end to one VM, middleware to different VM, and backend to the third VM. Same application now divided into a smaller chunk. What is the advantage? In case if one of the server down, your whole application never down. Some part of the application is still running. Update of application become easy. So if you are only upgrading your front end, your backend and your middleware will still running. This approach, where now you can use different language, we called this one as an entire approach, tier based application. So if you are probably old in the IT world, like a 10 years, 12 years, 15 years old, this is how you heard most of the time. My front end, my back end, my middleware, my front end, my back end, my middleware. What happened now? I'm talking about the current. Someone go more further. They say that you already have a server in which you running your VM. What you are running here? Oh, I am running an application. That's perfect. But what is the application? Application is collection of functions. Okay, what is this function? Oh, you see file? Open is a function. Save is a function. Export is a function. Outline is a function. Oh, so each one is a function. Login is a function. Payment is a function. Creating a cart is a function. So when all function together, we call it as an application. So basically, you are running function or a small service. Yes. So why you do not do? Now you develop your function in your own language. So for an example, file save function, develop in Java. And that save function is running inside a container. Oh my God. Open function, another container. Print function, another container. This function, another container. So what does it mean now? I can now develop function independently and deploy independently. So if this container is crash, only that function will not available. For an example, last week only in American Express Bank, no one able to book the FD, fixed deposit. Rest everything is working fine. Only whenever someone try to click the FD, it will just throw an error. But everything is working fine. What does it mean now? It means that the fixed deposit program which is running inside this container is not working. Maybe container is down. So develop function by function and deploy function by function. This is what we called a microservice. And this microservice trigger and autonomy. I am customer care department. I will develop my customer care function because I understand this function much better. And I can use Java. I am a sales department. I understand how the sales should be happen. So I develop my sales module in .NET. I am a finance person. I understand how the payment and transaction work. I will develop your cart and payment application. That might be in a React language. Everyone develop independently. Every department take the ownership now. And this is how microservice trigger another kind of a project management world, Agile. Agile means autonomy, autonomous. So we already move from monolithic to entire to the microservice world. So sometimes people are so much mixing the word. When I say microservice, people say container. When I say container, people say microservice. It is purely interchangeable now. And this is how your Uber, eBay, Make My Trip, AI tool, ML, this is how everything work. Your Facebook. So nowadays, most of the application develop as a microservice basis, function by function, deploy and run it in container. Is that whole story clear? Bijulal, Bukola, Lovinder, yeah. Pratap, Deepu, Mikala. So now let's understand what is this container is all about. Kala? Yeah. What is this container is all about? So whenever we say a word container, let me give you the very high level picture. So if you go back to your college days, this is how you understand about operating system or hardware. For example, you probably learn in your school or college days that you have a server. And then you have various components like a CPU, like a memory, like a LAN card, like a disk. And this is how you use. You say, open the file. Your hard disk say, what? Which language you are talking? I do not understand what you are saying. So typically, your hardware do not understand your language. They understand only machine label language. 010101. So to make your hardware follow your instruction, you basically have a device driver, monitor driver, keyboard driver, disk driver. Your driver then get a command which we generally say open, close, save, delete by operating system kernel. Kernel take the command from an OS interface, which can be a GUI, CLI, or actually your OS interface include, you can say, some kind of an way to interact. For example, if I want to see how many file I have, I get this prompt and then I type dir. If there is no prompt, how can I type a dir? I can only type the dir when we have this kind of an interface. This is called user space. In a Linux you see $prompt, hash prompt. In Windows you see C drive, D drive. We call it as user space. It also include file system. For example, if you open your PC, you will see you have a C drive. Under C drive, you see program file, you see program data, you see users. And when you click any of them, you will see the further sub hierarchy, right? So it include your file system. Plus it include lot of other, you can say, additional commands, or you can say full list of commands. Commands means a program. Plus you have a GUI or CLI interface. So a lot of things it include. Now, top of your OS interface, you are basically running your application, Notepad, WordPad, MS Excel. So basically, when you as a user using your application give the command via OS interface received by the kernel, kernel then talk to the device driver then translate your English instruction into machine level instruction, pass it to the reserve hardware, and this is how it works. So this is how the general, scenario it work. Now, when I go from here to the second scenario, in the second scenario, if we are virtualized, now we have another kind of a layer which is called hypervisor kernel. Hypervisor kernel. And that hypervisor kernel, they use the same device driver to communicate. So I just adding one more layer. And what happened to this now? Now this all together is act as a VM. So you may have a VM1, you may have a VM2, you may have a VM3. I'm just making it a little small to adjust to my screen. And on this server, now you can run one VM, you can run two VM, and all now interacting with the same hypervisor kernel, same device driver. So where this container come into the picture? Now on top of that, you are running a container. Just understand how the container look like. So this is, let's say, container 1. Container 1 only by default contain the user interface, or you can say user space plus basic command. No kernel, no application. So when you open any container, let's say you are running a Windows container. For example, in my Windows, you see a lot of application by default. Microsoft Store, you have calculator, you have a clock. So in this, these all are gone. It's only kernel, it's only user space, and a basic command. Plus, it contain a minimal file system. Which is only necessary. Now, on top of that, you deploy your application. So let's say on top of that, you deploy your Java. Just like that, you install, you have an option to install this application. So install Java. You install a SQL, for example, MySQL. And you are running this container in a VM1. Let's say, for example, you want to run this application, Java application. So you are running a command Java C, my Java. So from this container, it doesn't have a kernel. What it does now? It then communicate with your host operating system. Your host operating system host operating system, it said that, hey host VM, I am your guest. It is just like that. You are coming to my home and you are living in my home. So you do not carry your whole kitchen with you, right? If you want to eat something, you definitely put a request to me. So I need to connect with, let's say, disk. Can I use your kernel? It is something like that. I am a guest, and if I want to go outside, I want to use your car. So I will put a request. Can I use your car? Because I am a guest, so I'm not carrying car, I'm not carrying kitchen, I'm not carrying bed, I'm just dependent on you. Usually your guest operating system, which is VM, just said, all right, okay, no worry. You are my guest. It's my honor to serve you. Yes, please use it. So then this container connect with your OS kernel. This OS kernel. And then with the help of OS kernel, it now connect the hypervisor kernel. The OS kernel will pass this request to the hypervisor kernel on their behalf. Hypervisor kernel understand OS kernel, so it will accept the request, pass to the device driver, and it will act. Result again via here, come to here. So this container, because it does not run no kernel, no device driver, no fancy app, no GUI. So when you remove everything from your operating system, it's become lightweight. Nothing is there. It's pure lightweight. So hardly you see any container, it only carry the most of their size because of your application. Container itself is a very lightweight. It doesn't have, that applications driver and a kernel. This is what container is all about. You can think it like that. Next level of virtualization. Many times people also call it as a virtualization within virtualization. Is that clear so far? Nicola, yes, Bijulal, Lalit, Pratap, Mekala. Right? Pratap. But the question come, who will give me this user space? Who will give me this user space? Docker. Yes, who give us this user space? This is the $1,000,000 question. Because if I have to download any operating system, I can go to Google and search, right? Docker. So there is a company called Docker Incorporation USA. Docker Incorporation this is a company. It is not a technology. So many times we say we know Docker. Docker is a company. It is something like that. You are saying that you know IBM. IBM is a company. So Docker is not a technology. Docker is a company. This company provide this user a space as an image. Okay. So how you provide this image? You send me a DVD? No, no, no. They say that I provide this image through my Docker online cloud. Oh, you have a cloud. So you have a cloud. They call this cloud as a Docker registry. Oh, so you have a cloud and your cloud is called Docker registry. So what is the URL of the cloud? All of you, please go to Google and type Docker Hub, and you get an option called hub.docker.com. Just confirm if you are able to find out hub.docker.com. Yes, okay. Now, once you are inside the hub.docker.com, look at on the left hand side. Are you able to see all your IT related user space is available? Networking, your Cisco, F5. Please click operating system. And whatever operating system you know till now, so you can see that all operating system is available. Ubuntu, Fedora, Amazon Linux, CentOS, Red Hat, you name and you get. Now click this image, please, all of you, Ubuntu. And please hit that download button. If any one of you download, just let me know. Find out that download button and just let me know in the chat that you are able to download this image. Any one of you able to download? Yes or no? How many of you are able to download? No? Lalit, Lavindor, Bukola. You get download button by any chance? No. So Docker making us fool. They say that you have an image here. Let's say Ubuntu or CentOS or Windows. But hey Docker, I'm able to see the image, but I cannot download. Docker say, no, 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 no. You cannot download the image just like that. You need a client. You need a client. This is your Docker client. Okay, from where we get a Docker client. It said that just go to Google and type here Docker client, and you can get Docker client for Windows, Mac, or Linux. And this is how you install. Okay, what this client is all about. It said that in this client, I provide one engine I provide one engine. We call it as a Docker engine. What this engine do? This engine connect via your host kernel, to your hardware. So they are the middleman. They contain the program which is responsible to connect with your host operating system, kernel, and then via kernel it able to communicate with the hardware. Then this client give you its own command through which you can download this or any image. So now your Ubuntu image is here. You can think this image like a DVD. If I give you a DVD of Windows 11, how many laptop you can install? Any one of you? If I give you a DVD of Windows 11, how many laptop you can install? One laptop or n number of laptop? Many. When there is no license, you can install it on millions till the time your DVD is okay, correct? So once you have your image downloaded in this Docker client, you can create the instance of this image. Instance means it just create their own replica. And that replica is called container. How many container you can create? Many. So you create one container, same image, it's running Ubuntu. Second container, Ubuntu. Third container, Ubuntu. Fourth container, Ubuntu. Fifth container, Ubuntu. From one single image. Now this image, once you have, let's say you download Ubuntu image, so you get a hash prompt. Yes. Because each container may take some space like a 1 MB for an example in memory. So once you go inside the container, you get the hash prompt. And you know operating system command. For an example, any one of you, if you work on Linux, if I have to install Java in this Ubuntu operating system, what command we have to run? You can search Google, install Java in Ubuntu. Sudo install Java, for example. Or to be technical command is called apt-get install, and then the name of the Java, for example, JDK 11. Then you install MySQL. the way you work in a normal, you can work exactly in the same. So once you install your application, you can write a program. So you can create a file, for example, let's say vi or a notepad demo.java. Write your program. Your program is ready. When program is done, you just compile it, run it, and just say that, for example, java c demo.java, and your whole application now running from the container. This container which you see, you can think it like a VM. For example, every VM have a name. So every container have a name. Every VM or every machine have an IP. So every container has an IP. Every VM use some portion of your CPU or memory to run. So every container use some part of CPU, memory to run, not application, at least container, right? Oh. So once you install your program, for example, you install, let's say, Java MySQL, you write a wonderful program inside the container. Now you want that container should be available for everyone. So your own container, which you already created with your program and everything, you just convert that container. You just convert that container as an image. So what this image is, it contain Ubuntu operating system plus your Java and SQL plus your program. And you can name this image your name. For example, I am saying that this is my BIP app. Now this BIP app, then you can upload or push to the same Docker registry. Once inside the Docker registry, this image can be pulled by, run by any environment, can be your local server environment, pull and run as container in any of the environment, which can be your local server environment, your VM environment, your Azure cloud environment, your AWS environment, same one. any of them you can use and run in any of the environment, in Google environment, in share in local machine. You know what does it means now? It means that once we have our image created with my application, I can run it anywhere across the world, across the platform. That is the reason why Docker is also known, or people refer it, is a platform independent deployment. So one of the main reason why a company go for Docker, if you think about multinational company, they have to run their business in a different country, and each country they have a data residency problem. Each country now demand that you should host your application in my country only. Now let's say same company get a 50% discount in Azure cloud in France. In India, AWS cloud 60% discount. Or in USA, they have their own data center. They said that, okay, now I am going to sign up different cloud in a different country, and you already have an image, so go ahead and run the application everywhere. One very interesting thing, that once my image is available in the Docker Hub, I say that you can pull it in Azure. But where in Azure? Now Azure give you two options. One fall in the category of infrastructure as a service. We call it as an IaaS. Second is called platform as a service. So if you want complete control of your backend, including operating system, you simply create a VM, Linux or Windows VM, whatever like you. Inside that VM, install a Docker client, create your image, or run your image with the Docker command. Second option is that use platform as a service, where everything is pre-installed. You just have to push your image. So if you are only doing the testing, not meant for production, Azure give you something which is called as an Azure container instance. We short call it as an ACI, Azure Container Instance. Azure Container Instance is good when you are planning to test your container images, not for production, just for your internal testing that everything looks fine, because it provide only single server in the background. So definitely in the production, you will go for a multi-server environment. Second problem is it do not support a scaling. So if you want to scale CPU or memory of your backend server, it is not, this feature is not there. So when we use ACI, use only to test your container application, not recommended for production. If you want to go for production and you want auto scaling and all this feature, Azure give you a very powerful service which we use almost like a multiple times, is an app service. So app service support code and container both. And you know that app service capability, it support auto scaling. You can scale horizontally and vertically. Both horizontally and vertically. And if you want an automation, which we also call orchestration. For an example, if one container down in my case, we have to manually up this container or create new container. Or if one node is down, I need to create another server where I have to run the whole. So both auto healing, auto scaling functions we can get when we use orchestration software, and that is called Azure Kubernetes Service, or in a popular we call it as an AKS. So you have an ACI, you have an app service, and you have a AKS service, which is we are going to see it tomorrow. AKS service. Now, many customers have their own privacy and security concern, that if I put my image in a public repository like a Docker Hub, it might be compromised. So Azure also give you its own repository, and we call this repository as an Azure Container Repository. So you push your image inside your Azure Container Registry post development, and from Azure Container Registry you can pull the image to any of these service, which can be an ACI, which can be an app, which can be an Kubernetes, and even which can be a VM. So it means that when we go on a cloud provide a multiple option for all of us, where we can create the container, run the container, scale the container, manage the container in a very easy way. You can say do not need to do a lot of setup. So it support auto scaling and auto healing. And this is best for your production deployment. So for your dev and test deployment, you can go with the ACI. For production deployment, you can use a app service, or you can use AKS service. So I mean to say, if you look at the whole gambit of the CI/CD world, the same diagram can be changed drastically. So if I give you a big picture, how in a real DevOps it work, how the real develop it work. So everyone do their own coding. Code go to the GitHub repository. From the GitHub repository, it is now come to the Azure pipeline. In Azure pipeline, you must enable a Docker. So you should have a Docker plugin enable in your organization, and then this YAML file which we have, it must contain a command which will convert your whole code into an image. For example, it should contain Docker build and give the name of your code, whatever you have, my app. One of the additional requirement that along with the YAML file, you also have to create one more file which used by this YAML. And if you just go to Google, just for your understanding, just type here Docker file without any space, and this is how you can see a sample Docker file which will look like something this. It has a lot of, you can say, scripting where we can copy the whole file inside my you can say container image by help of the Docker build command. So once it is there, the build actually contain a Docker image. So when you build, it doesn't create a code, it contain the Docker image, and then this Docker image you take it to the release. From the release it will go to the deployment, and from the deployment the same image will go and push to your app service and your container service. Is that process clear? What is the extra requirement? Along with the YAML and all, you also need one more file, and that file we call it as a Docker file. So one of the developer, they have to create this new file. This will only, this lab you can test in your personal when you install the Docker client, because it's a part of the Docker. So you have to, so I'm just going to give you the basic idea. So for an example, it's a very small step. I have already given a code in my GitHub repository. You can go inside that, and then you go to inside. Once you download the clone that repository, you have to run the command called docker pull and use Nginx. Nginx is a web server, Alpine is an operating system. So it use Alpine Linux, in which Nginx is pre-installed. And then you run the docker build command with the dot in the last means whatever inside this directory, everything is go inside the image. And then when you run the command called docker images, you will see your image called whatever the name I give, Bipin e-commerce. So you can see the Bipin e-commerce image. Then if you want to test it, you just run this command on a port number 80 and then use your local machine, and this is how it will look like. Okay. So once done, you can convert your whole container back to the image with the docker commit command. And then you can log in on a Docker and authenticate yourself. Then do a Docker push and your whole command is available in the Docker Hub. Then you can go to app service in Azure or any service in AWS, and this is how you can publish it. You can use other card, not a problem. You only have to take care, you should not use the same email ID. Name can be same. Maybe you can put some different address in the address bar. Bukola, do not use, because anything match, it will simply disconnect you. Yeah. In the meantime, you can do it later. Just watch the lab now. Okay. So open the document. Click enable editing on the top. Just watch this lab, Bukola, and probably once you're free, you just follow this whole step by step. Scroll down. Yeah. First, you search Azure Container Registry. Just type container registry. Container. Registry. Yeah. No. You remove the word Azure and only container registry. Yeah, you get container registry. Yeah, click that. Yeah, just refresh it. Approve sign in with mobile app. Yes, not search container registry. Click create. Resource group. You have to create because it's your, no? So just maybe like AJ400 RG, that will be fine. AJ400 RG. 400 RG. Yeah, okay, that's good. Now enter the name of registry. Just say Lalit ACR. ACR means Azure Container Registry. If name doesn't take, maybe you can use number. West US2 as usual. That's it. That's it. But that's fine. Scroll down. And pricing plan, make it basic. Perfect. Everything given in a lab document. Okay. Hit review and create. Please confirm how many of you are able to launch the lab. Domindur, Mekla, Bukola, create. Created? Okay, perfect. Just fine. Just fine. It's not fine. Okay. So once your container registry created, look at the left hand side. You will get services option. And then you get a repository, right? Correct? As of now, you do not have any application. You do not have any registry. Can you open Docker Hub on the next screen? Go to Docker Hub. I think it's already open for you. Exactly. So everyone, please come back to Docker Hub. We are going to use one public image. I hope all of you play Mario game, right? So just search Mario in the search box. You have a Docker search on the top. Type Mario. And you get 7 Ajay Mario. He's my friend. He's from Australia and he developed this wonderful game, 7 Ajay Mario. Yeah. Click that. So he has created this image and I am going to use this image to to run a game application. Okay. So go back to your Azure portal now. Launch Cloud Sail. So after Copilot, you will see an icon called Cloud Sail on the top. Yeah. In case if it asks, just only select subscription and click apply. Yeah. Can you make it as a full screen? You have a full screen on the left hand side, right hand side. Bash, Dominder, bash. And after that, you will get to choose your subscription, drop down, choose your subscription and click OK. Once you all are there, just confirm me. If you all are in the Cloud Sail, just confirm me. Visual, very good. Dominder, can you confirm if you are there? Very good. Now, your Azure container registry need an authorization. Okay. Pratap, shall I wait? Okay. So now you can open a document. Scroll it down. You already created. Scroll down. Scroll down. Scroll down. Yeah. Copy this command. You have to change your ACR name only. Okay. So whatever I say Bipin container, that is my ACR name. You just change your name first here. Yeah. Just take your Lalit ACR, right? Go and paste there. And Lalit, can you just open for stop your sharing for a minute? Hit enter. So what it does, it will enable your. You are already there, right? No. That's fine. That's fine. You are already here. Not need to log in anything. Just say clear. Excellent. And you can open a document. No, not this document. Second document. Close this document. I have shared one more document. Yeah, this one. Now copy the second one. Second command. Just follow the lab guide and you will do everything. Yeah. So now I am going to pull this image, Mario image, right? So copy this command. Yeah. And you only have to change your ACR name. Yes. Now you already have a container registry open. Can you go on the top and just scroll left? On scroll down. Scroll down. Click services. Click repository. So if you are doing a lab, you can see your Mario is available now. Can you all confirm? Yes or no? If you are doing a lab. Pratap. Domindor. Lalit. Deepu by any chance? Yeah. Okay. Good. So, very good. Yeah. Okay. Good. So this is how you bring your container image to your private repository. And if you can go back to the document, you can also see how many repository you have by running this list command. Okay. So just run the command aj repository list. You can see all images. Change the name of container. No, after name you have a Bipin container. So change it to correct. You see Mario now, right? Very good. And then now I have my image available. I want to now deploy it on web app. So please search. Now if you want, you can minimize this. You have a minimize button on this side. Very good. And now search in Azure app, APP, and you get app service, your favorite, our favorite. Hit app service now. Click create web app. I think that you have to create your resource group, Suganath. So click create new first. You already have, right? Okay, very good. Type a web app name, maybe web app something. Yes, very good. Uncheck the box below. We say secure unique host name above the code. Uncheck it. Yes. And now look at that. I think that you have to check your name. No. Make it like a 198. Web app container 198 or something, right? Yes. So all of you are able to see it. Give you two options. As of now, in your multiple module, we use code. But the good part that it also allow you to run your container. Correct? Select the container, please. Select the container, please. Must select the region West US2 as usual. Every time we do that. And pricing plan, always for a testing purpose, select basic. Basic B1. Second one. Because it's a personal account, so you have to be very careful. Correct? Now go next. Next. And you see a container option now. This option was not there when you use code. But since we select container, we get a new tab. Please select Azure Container Registry, the second option. And in the authentication, please select Manage Identity. Admin credential. And just confirm, once you select the admin credential, you should be able to see Mario. Everyone able to see Mario? Right? Pratap, Bijulal. Yeah, okay. Just it. That's it. Review and create. Review and create. Suganath, click review and create button. Create. Just take a couple of minutes. I hope the validation is passed. Complete, Dovinder? Just wait, deployment is in progress. Yeah, click go to resource. Copy the URL, default domain. paste in the browser. We use only B1, so it will be slow. Don't worry. Do you know how to play, Sugana? Did you play in your childhood? No. I think you have to press some backspace key. You know how to play that. How many of you are able to see your Mario game online from container? Not it? Still loading, Pratap? Don't worry, because you usually nowadays, yes. Yeah. Stop your sharing. No worry. Stop your sharing, please. Let me go to Bukola. Bukola, can you share your screen? And maybe Lalit, if you want, you can also follow in the Simplilearn account. Okay. Bukola, share your screen. Go to your Simplilearn Azure account if you already have. One second, let me unmute you. Right now. Yeah. Super play. Go to Azure. Really is. The moment this ball gets played out here and it bounces a couple of times, you know there's trouble. Martinelli brilliant at getting the wrong side of defenders. It is only for today. Tomorrow you have to ready with your Azure account. Okay. Yes, Domindor, enjoying your game? Pratap? Yeah. Whole game is from container, right? No, Suganath, just wait. You can delete the app service. Do not delete ACR, delete app service only. Okay. Yeah. Yes, Domindor, you can delete the app service. Do not delete the ACR, only the app service. Type portal.azure.com. Sign in. You just have to sign out. Sign out or use a different account. Use another account. Yeah. App service plan is actually a backend resource which provide you the server. Got that, Dominder? So even if you delete the app, your backend server is still be there. So I will show you in the last how to delete every resource. Okay. Yeah. Click next. Yes. Now go to app service straight away. Click app service because you cannot launch ACR in the Simplilearn, so you still have option. Click create web app. ODN. Yeah. Type the name Bukola app. Uncheck the box secure unique hostname. Scroll down. Select container. West US2. B1. No, below. Not here, below. For second one, yes. Next. Click next. Next. Now here you select other container registry because you do not have ACR, right? Click. And then you just open the document. You already have a document. Scroll down. Be there. Just yes. You see that it says 7 Ajay / Mario. Just copy it on the top. Only 7 Ajay Mario, nothing Docker. Only 7 Ajay Mario. 7 Ajay / Mario. Yes. Go back. Just copy it. Go back to Azure. And in where it is written image and a tag, just say paste that. Where it is written port 80, just above there is a one box, image and a tag, paste it. So here I am calling this Mario image directly. Okay, directly means I do not have a primary repository, so I'm just calling it directly. Hit review and create. Let's see if that work. Create. Yes, yes. You create a repository, personal repository, company repository, and then you put your image there. Here I am directly pulling. Click go to resource. Copy the URL, paste in the chat. Hit enter. Wait, because we use only B1, so it's a slow. Yo, Ukola, play your game. Loaded, yeah. Correct? All these services is impacted.
Because why I raise this, because we are just deploying in West US. So, so I thought,
Do not try to troubleshoot because it's not your fault, right?
yeah, right.
Okay, just go to the e-commerce site. Let's open.
So,
Yo, you want DSLR camera? Pratap, click it. Add to the cart.
so you made this.
I made it here.
Oh.
You say added it. Click close. Click the cart. Look at that. No. Okay. Perfect now. So two applications we have tested. Go back to Microsoft Azure. And on the left hand side, you see there is a deployment, right? Click the deployment center. And you see that it's AJ104 is already there. If you click the log on the top, you will see how they can pull the data and everything. Correct? So it say you that how they pull, how it run, everything you can see it from here. Correct, Dobinder? Bijulal, Suganath, Lalit, I hope that you are also watching, correct? Yeah. Yeah. Now go back to your app service. And the left hand side, click app service. On the left hand side, you will see app service plan. Click a scale up. And now you can scale up from B1 to B2, because this is the feature of select B2. And now in a B2, what do you get? 2 CPU and 3.5 GB of memory, right? 2 CPU and 3.5 GB of memory. Correct, Dobindor, Lalit, Suganath, Bijulal, right? Click select. Yes, and now you have upgraded your RAM and CPU in a background. Correct, and look at that, your price slightly increased, right? It's now become $24 approximately from $12. Yeah, I mean to say, this is how you can perform all your lab, test your concept, because now you are in a higher module. Once you finish the lab, all of you, go to the left hand side, you see on top it's written Microsoft Azure. Domindor, that is very important.
Yeah.
Microsoft Azure, and before Microsoft Azure, there is a dash, dash, dash. Click dash, 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 and then you see all resources. Fifth number. All your Azure resources will be available here. Okay, Domindor? So if it is your personal account, no other services you are running, simply click the first checkbox. And then you get a delete button. And then type delete. That's it. So in a zero charge, you are able to finish all the lab. Yeah, exactly. Yes, Dominder.
So all of this that we're done, right, or any other labs that we're working, so we're working it within Azure. However, in my case, right, we have a dedicated global IT Azure team. So I cannot just do this without going through them to understand exactly what I'm trying to create,
Okay.
right?
So in that case, Dominder, you have to create every service, lab service, in one of the resource group.
So I could do it in because they have given me a resource group.
Okay. In
I
that
already
case,
have a resource group because
see,
all my virtual machines are already there. But see, I'm trying to explore all the features, but it seems that I don't have that availability, a capability, I mean, without
yeah.
going through them. So I guess I
So
have to architect it first using my personal account, and then I have to provide them a business justification why my business needs it, I guess.
yes, exactly. And one of the option you can try. I just give you an option that you just use some kind of a prefix. So for an example, if it is a testing, you can just uh, any service when you are going to create, you just start with the word test, and then maybe your name of the resource group or whatever the resources you created. So you can filter, you have a filter option there. Look at that. So in just type
Yeah.
probably test, all your test related service come, select all and delete it.
Okay. Gotcha. Thank you.
That is the best way. Otherwise, you by mistake, if you delete any other service, then it can give a problem. Yes. Yeah. Thanks, Pratap. Stop your sharing. Yes. So if you just see what all we did in the lab. We already have my container team who provided me an image, and that image available globally via Docker registry. But you just seen we also have our own personal registry called ACR. So usually development team can also push the image once it is created to ACR rather than a Docker repository. So once the image is available in the ACR, you can straight away deploy. You just sync with the app service. And tomorrow we are going to see the AKS, Azure Kubernetes Service. It provides us the seamless, that without any extra effort, how we can push that image. So more from the CI/CD perspective, it is going to be a continuous process. Your developer keep updating the code, and your Docker build team continuously build various versions of the images.
Now that brings us to the end of this session, and if you found this course helpful, then do not forget to like, share, subscribe to Simplilearn for more Azure Cloud Computing, DevOps and certification tutorials. Thank you guys for watching this video.